Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 4 of the painting marathon. Welcome to Art Prof. We are a global art party. This is a painting that I started on a live stream at least a year ago. And I was using the water mixable oils. These are from Windsor and Newton. Tell me in the chat, how many of you here have used the water mixable oils? Because when I used them for this painting, I wasn't that excited. I'm sorry. I liked the oils, true oils. I'm sorry. That's mean. I don't mean to be so mean, water mixable oils. Maybe other people have had a different experience. I've never used another brand. Some people have told me that the Cobra brand is a lot better, but maybe now that some time has passed and I'm in a oil painting mindset, I might have more fun with these because the Gamblin and the Michael Harding oil paints, they're sweet. I really like the Michael Harding brand. So we'll see what this is like. To give some context, this is a painting that started with these 4 thumbnails. And you can see I ended up with the one on the right-hand side. However, I did at one point have it flipped upside down, but I don't think I can trust myself to paint a figure upside down. That's really all it is. I wish it was a more deep reason, but I just feel like I would have a lot of trouble with some of the proportions if it was upside down. An experiment for another day. I'm doing enough new things that I think I can get away with this. And you can see on the right-hand side, that is the original reference photo that I shot many years ago. And on the stream, I ended up doing a monochromatic underpainting. You can see these are all photoshopped of the thumbnails in advance. I was trying to figure out which would be the best one. I ended up with this cadmium red light. This is the part that I did on the live stream. The link to that stream is in the description below if some of you want to take a look. And you can see at the stream, I was using the right one where the figure is upside down. But then looking at it today, I started thinking, oh, I don't want to paint it upside down. And I do really like the angle of the leg going down to the lower right-hand corner. That's what we're doing for now. Maybe I will change my mind. Who knows? I think being an artist is just a constant state of changing your mind. Does anybody else feel that way? Where even when I've done a lot of prep work, in the moment, I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this instead, which sometimes feels ridiculous when I've spent that much time working and preparing something, but I just think it's inevitable. We have to react to what's on the canvas, and oftentimes things don't go as planned as we think they will be. Now, the other thing I did today is I wanted to get the background more active because I barely worked on it. I guess you can see some indication of the shadows, but it's not substantial enough to really carry this composition. So I looked up one of my reference photos. This is from Bodie, which is a ghost town in California. And by the way, the links to the reference photos and all the supplies I'm using today are in the video description below. What I ended up doing is making the photo on the right. I made it transparent. And so now you can see on the right-hand side, this is where I've added in Photoshop something really basic with the background. This is probably too light. But what I did end up doing, because, oh, bud, you want to go out? Oh, okay, hang on a second. I'll be right back. I thought he was going to hang out for a little bit. No? You're not going to entertain everybody? Ah, bummer, buddy. Okay, honey, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe you can come back later. I guess I wasn't entertaining enough. Who here has a pet? Tell me in the comments. What pets do you have and what are their names? And what are they obsessed with? Because Buddy has been going nuts over squirrels. Anytime he sees a squirrel out the window, he's like, oh. He's so obsessed with them. It's always squirrels. I don't know why. So I did end up doing that. However, and I can show this to all of you in the Discord, literally 2 minutes before I got onto the stream, I ended up, okay, I did 2 things. Can't leave it alone. This is that same reference photo I just showed you, but it's a little bit brightened. This way I can see the texture a little bit more. It could be that I end up making this texture a little bit less or a little brighter, but I would rather see more clearly than less, because I can always tone it down or make it more subtle. And then the other thing I did, just for fun, is I made the contrast super high. And you know something? I'm really happy I did it, because do you see this cast shadow here? I really didn't like the way that shadow looked in the earlier version. I feel like in this version, the shadow looks too cut out. Now, if you look at this version, you can see you get a lot more highlight here. And so that cut out shape doesn't really exist anymore. So I think it's probably a little bit of the super high contrast one, but then some of the subtleties in here, but then also the background, you can see there's more on this side. So many decisions to be made. And a reminder to everybody, we've been having so much fun in the Discord. People have been sending their updates, not just during the stream, but also during other hours. And I just love seeing the interaction. Like here, Marie is saying, so glad to have a chunk of time to paint. Marie's going to be continuing the portrait of Linda, trying to mix the colors to get light skin tones. And we also have Fong, who says, for today, I'm working on this painting from yesterday. Feel that it is getting so messy. I mean, you have to make a mess. Painting is a mess. That's just how it is. But Fong, you already have some really excellent greens. I feel that green is a color that people don't use enough when it comes to flesh tone, because I don't know, maybe it seems like it's out of place, but especially this olive green, this neutral green, is extremely helpful in flesh tones. And we're going to talk a lot about flesh tones today, because that's a big challenge for everybody. And I also see Lisa has a setup. Oh, this is a tablet. Terrific. And we also have, looks like, marker up here. So for those of you who are in the Discord, come hang out in the Marathons channel, because it's just so amazing that we have people working on their stuff. We have people eating Christmas leftovers, doing all kinds of things here. And in retrospect, I was like, why did we never have the Discord interaction during the live stream before? Like, we always had it after. But now I feel like all the live streams should have a concurrent Discord chat where people can share their work, because you can't share your work here. Renee has Azure and Daisy. Arash has a dog called Jojo and fish and clings to me, my family members. Buddy is very clingy. We had Maggie, who passed away recently, and she could have cared less about us. I could sit on her face. She didn't care. Mice Mice has a dog named Vilma. Slate has a pig named Ali McSqueal. She's constantly whining for food or attention, and her obsession is nuzzly blankets. Tara has 3 cats, Yuki, Peachy, and Nutmeg. They're semi-ferals I take care of. My kids are very upset that my husband is allergic to cats. That is something they're very upset about. Norris has a beagle called Lote. Okay, so Angela, your dog and my dog are both really into squirrels. Bianca has a cat named Sergio. Okay, let's figure out where to start. I kept saying that I was going to be all prepared for the streams. And I am. I have the tech all set up. I got the materials set up in a row, but does anybody here find that before you pick up that brush, you just need to spend some time looking at the piece? I like to do that to, number one, collect my thoughts, and also to figure out what is the biggest priority right now. Part of me really wants to fix a lot of the stuff in the figure, but I need to have something in the background. I mean, it needs value. I didn't think through the color scheme, though. That's the issue. Like, this is just the underpainting. Because I've been working really hard on color for the past few paintings, this is my self-indulgent figure painting. It's going to have color. I'm not saying it won't, but it's going to go back to my roots. Caravaggio, chiaroscuro lighting, dark, deep backgrounds. And in terms of the figure, I don't know. I'm a little on the fence because parts of me wants to really render flesh. But then the other part of me thinks that this warrants a look that's more gestural. I mean, I suppose I could try to get them both in there because the hair is super chaotic and this leg is extremely concrete. To me, this is the focal point in the piece. I mean, especially that light is concentrated and then it goes back into darkness. Let me show you what I'm talking about in terms of Caravaggio and also the background. I did spend some time thinking about this. These are 2 Caravaggio paintings, and they both depict David and Goliath. And yes, that's a self-portrait on the left image. It's like, yes, let's read into the psychology of painting yourself as a gruesome beheaded head. I mean, Caravaggio, he had a really dramatic life. Oh my God, they should make a movie. Why haven't they made a movie about Caravaggio? It would have everything that you want. It even has murder. And I'm looking here at edges where he lets the edge be really clear cut, where it dissolves. And actually on the left-hand side, there's a beautiful area on the right side of the rib cage, a little thin area of reflected light. I definitely want to work on reflected light. And I picked the one on the right-hand side because look at the leg. It's like exactly the leg that's in my painting. That is going to be my guide for how I paint the leg. Now, the other person I was looking at is this watercolor by Andrew Wyeth. This one, I'm looking more at the background. he has a lot of backgrounds that are very large. They take up a huge proportion of the composition. And he manages to keep it pretty simple, but there's also texture and movement. And I think in this one, there's something at the very top. I'm not really sure exactly what that is. Looks like it could be like string or wire or something like that. And so I was thinking maybe I'd try to do backgrounds sort of like this, that it has texture, it has value to help emphasize the figure. And then, of course, I had to look at Jericho's Raft as the Medusa. Has anybody seen this painting in person? I saw it so long ago that my memory of it is vague, but it's at the Louvre in Paris, and it's gigantic. I can't remember, but I feel like the figures are almost life-size. It's an I really want to go back to Paris to see this painting, because this is in like 1996. Geez, I was really young back then. So that's what we've got. We've got Jericho, Andrew Wyeth, and Caravaggio. And I'm sure I'll think about other artists, but they're the ones I'm thinking about. Maybe we'll just start with some value. Yeah, let's do that. Just so I can get that more concrete, because it needs that at this point. The other thing too is the way I did this underpainting is this is a wipe away technique. So what I did was I made the whole painting cadmium red light, and then this is all removed with a rag. So you can see here, that's rag, and that's why it has this really cool volumetric look. I really, really like this technique. Okay. Let's get some volume in here. Maybe cool blue, maybe ultramarine, but I want it to be not so saturated. Yeah. Art is slow, everybody. Spend a long time thinking about things. If you missed it, this is Art Guard made by Winsor & Newton. And this is a barrier cream, in case you missed it. This is something that you put on your hands, and it creates a barrier between your hands and the oil paint, makes it easier to wash your hands later, and also it makes it so the oil paint isn't like right on top of your skin. Some people paint with gloves. I used to do that too, but it just feels better to hold the brush in your hand. Okay. Oh, maybe I should use Prussian blue. Let's use Prussian blue, because I'm very used to ultramarine, and maybe this is Prussian blue's way of proving things to me. Oh, this is all left over from Gamblin. Maybe I'll just make another row. Okay. Look, oh my God, that is really oily. Whoa, that is really thick. Look at that. It's so thick. Is that the color, or has it just been sitting around a long time? I don't remember them being that thick before. Let's just do Prussian blue. Here are some of the mediums that I have. Let me show you these. Okay, so this is specially formulated for water mixable oils. This is safflower oil, and it basically plays the same role as the safflower oil that I bought for the solvent-free oil painting. This says slow drying, suitable for pale colors. Is that it? Improves flow, increases gloss, transparency, particularly suitable for use with whites and pale colors. Dry slowly, clean with water. Okay, so that's the biggest difference with the water mixable oils, is that you can clean them with water. The oil paints, I've been using Murphy's oil soap, and that's worked very well. Now, Winsor & Newton also has, and again, these are all under water mixable oil mediums. They're specially formulated for this. This one is fast drying medium. And this one I've actually put in this little squeeze bottle because this will make it easy for me to just drop it in there. And then we also have stand oil. Stand oil is basically linseed oil, but it has a much higher viscosity, which means how thick or fluid it is. So the stand oil has a higher viscosity. It is more like honey when you pour it out. And I have this squeeze bottle. This is what I would typically use for oil painting as well, is I would have stand oil, linseed oil, and some solvent. Although, did I put safflower oil in this before? I can't remember. Maybe? I probably did. Because I don't think I'd want just stand oil and linseed oil. Well, anyway, we'll find out. All right. Let's try to put in patches of Prussian blue. And I got to test it first. Oh, don't tell me this is plugged up. I need like a sculpture tool or something. Hang on. Do I have the... Oh, here it is. Okay, perfect. I hope you're all enjoying everything's slow about being an artist. Like, you couldn't find the tool, the jars, whatever. I know it's not very glamorous, but this is what it is. Do people recognize in themselves what I'm doing right now? This is the stuff that we typically would edit out, because who wants to watch me looking for my Alizarin crimson? And I did not find it until later. Okay, let's see. Oh man, that is like really stuck in there. I hope that works. Okay, let's see if that works now. Oh, good. Okay. Kind of. I need some more. Ah, good. Okay, there we go. Some flow. All right. I don't know that I want the Prussian blue to be at full saturation, but let's just try full saturation. And if it looks really bad, I can always tone it down with a little bit of orange. Oh, wow, that's really bright. Oh, my God. Let me just try it. Oh, my gosh. Whoa, it does not look that saturated. I'm really surprised by that. It looks like a black thing. Whoa. Okay, that is catching me off guard. That I was not. Look at that. Why is it getting all... Is there like water on this? Let me put this into the Discord so you guys can see. But it looks like part of the canvas is resisting. Like it's all bubbly. What the heck? All right, so I'm also going to put into the Discord so you can see how bright and intense that is. And then if we look at it here, it's very different. Oh my God, I was not prepared for that. So maybe people in the Discord, if you'd like to take a look at that, like what is going on? Is that because I had safflower oil on there before? Maybe somebody here can guess. Anyway. And I need to paint with the edge. Oh, are you kidding? Is that a dog hair? Maybe I don't want Buddy in here. I'm trying not to put it on all at once because The thing that I really noticed about Caravaggio's paintings when I saw them in real life, there was so much variety in his blacks. I mean, there were like rocks in the background of his paintings that I didn't even know were there. Yeah, this is like bubbly thing. What is that? Am I putting too much medium in there? Take another photo so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, maybe some of you detectives can get in there and tell me what's going on. Pretty strong shadow coming down this way. Again, keeping things lighter. Because the way I like to think about things is that you're building towards something, not trying to nail that color. What is that? Oh my gosh. Maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing, but that was not what I intended. I'm going to start putting in just some indications. That leg is so small. I really need to fix those proportions. But I'm trying to just paint around the figure right now. And what I'd like to do after I get more of this in here is to do more of this, because that's a way that I can really play with the edge more. And then decide what I want to have softer. That's so weird. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe somebody here has used water mixable oils and can explain the chemistry of what's happening. Because I don't want to have these really sharp edges. I want to keep them softer. And again, today I'm putting very little pressure. What happened? Does it just keep doing that if I hope it doesn't keep doing that. Okay, maybe you guys can do some detective work for me. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Christina says it doesn't matter if you have some of the regular medium accidentally mixed in. Water-soluble oils are oil. It's just that if you do use regular medium, they are no longer water-soluble. Okay. Neil says maybe you accidentally used regular safflower oil. No, but I didn't. This is all the stuff in here is the water mixable mediums that Winsor & Newton makes. I need a chemist. Anybody have a chemistry degree to be able to explain this? Starving Artist says, or there's water still in the brush. That could be it, because I did wash those brushes yesterday. Chopper says, was there solvent in the brush? There wasn't. Okay, so Casey says, the cadmium red light neutralizes the Prussian blue, which is why it looks black. Oh, good, starving artist who says, excellent motivation to do my own work. Haha, it's a good Clara idea. Started out crazy, but now we can officially say, I can go to my staff and say, see, that was a good idea. Is anybody else here using the marathon as motivation for doing your work? Because I do think that's one of the hardest things, at least for me, because there's so many parts to Art Prof. I feel like there's always something that feels more important, more pressing that needs to be done. And so it's easy for me to say, no, I got to get this done. And then by the time I've said that, it's all over. Okay. Yeah, Maggie passed away a little ways back. She had cancer. It was very sad. Lisa says, I love posting during the stream. It feels like we're a real team. I love it. It's just the coolest thing. I mean, whoever knew that this would be possible in the future? I mean, for those of us who grew up on PBS and 3 TV channels, I still cannot believe this. Scooter says, love chiaroscuro. Actually, I have a really nice Caravaggio book. It's like buried back somewhere, but maybe during a break I can go pull it out because I bought it in Italy. I've never seen a book on him like that before. Oh, Slate says Derek Jarman made a movie about him. Was psyched to watch it, but the first scene was so dull. Oh, okay. Worst artist movie. Okay, you guys have to tell me because most of them make me roll my eyes. But the worst, oh my God, did anybody here see Girl with a Pearl Earring? It had Scarlett Johansson and Colin Firth was premiere. That movie was like watching paint peel. So boring. I'm like, oh my God, I don't think I can make a movie this boring even if I tried. There was one about Vincent van Gogh that Benedict Cumberbatch was in. But I think I couldn't bring myself to watch it because I really don't like artist movies. A lot of them are just so bad. Oh, Mina, I was just thinking about Georges de la Tour, who says the CAD medium from the underpainting, the intense values from the references kind of remind me of Georges de la Tour's paintings. He's the king of candlelight. If anybody wants to look up Georges with an S, de la Tour, beautiful chiaroscuro. I think I was just too lazy to make a slide. Lisa says, how does Art Guard make your hands feel? I mean, now that it's settled into my hands, I don't feel it. I guess it's just like regular moisturizer that just settles into your hands. Christina says, Winsor & Newton water mixable mediums are good, but Cobra are better in the water mixable paint range. They are buttery, while the Winsor & Newton tend to be a little stiff and grainy. That was the thing, is that the Michael Harding oil paints, those were buttery and smooth. I don't feel that these are buttery or smooth. Lotus is asking, can I use my acrylic brushes with water mixable oils, or do I need a whole other set of brushes? Yes, you should get a different set. If you have acrylic brushes and you want to switch them to oil, that's fine, but you don't want to do it the other way around. And a reminder, everybody, when you have a question, if you could write question in all caps, that will make it easier for me to find your question. Angela says, I'm always looking for something, thinking deeply and changing things. That is part of the thought process. The Caravaggio one is slow paced. What the heck? How can you make a movie about Caravaggio and have it be slow paced? That was okay. The Basquiat movie in the 80s, I found it a little boring, but You all have to watch it so you can see David Bowie as Andy Warhol. Just, you've got to watch it for that reason. Sav, just got 2 sketchbooks for Christmas, trying to get motivation to finish my current sketchbook, even though I know I can just swap it if I want. Motivation comes in very different forms. For me, it's bursts. It's hard for me to just stay motivated. Being consistent is not easy. Arash says it may be that the ratio of the oil is a lot more than the paint. If you're getting separation in the paint, it's like paint purring technique where you put few drops of oil to get the circular shape. Mice is asking, is it something on the surface of the painting? I mean, I don't think so. Oh, good, Joanna. I'm so glad that it's motivating. Same for generic name. Yeah, actually, I think somebody did buy the walnut oil off my Amazon wish list, but I don't think it's arrived yet. But I'm curious about walnut oil. Okay. Let's get back into this and we'll see where it goes. I'm trying to do brush strokes that change more, that maybe start wide and they get thin. So it's not a stroke. That's what I'm trying to avoid today. Oh, maybe I do need to work on the figure. Maybe just some strokes that get something more active happening. Especially down here, there are all these rocky surfaces from the pebbles. Let's get some rag going. Because I do really like the way the rag looks. Oh yeah, that's really cool. I like that. Yeah, I like the rag strokes better. Ooh, that's really fun. It also gets rid of the bubbles. I just feel like this whole lower part is just so dead. Like, I don't know what's happening here. So I just want to put something in that arena. By the way, tell me in the chat, what are your current projects? Or maybe you have multiple. A lot of us have multiple, I suspect. Because I have things I want to do, but I don't think I have a lot of, well, I mean, I do now because of the painting marathon, but like my own personal projects, I feel like, I mean, I still have fumage stuff I want to do, but I just got really busy doing other things. So it may be a little bit of time before I get back into that. But also, if I come back to the fumage, I want to do some original work. I mean, I was thinking at first, oh, maybe I'll just use some classic horror stories or something like that. But then I was thinking it might actually be really fun to write the stories myself or get a friend or whoever to do that. I don't know it through because I think there is, in terms of marketability, most people know Edgar Allan Poe, so it's like you get this immediate connection to the material. On the other hand, I do like the idea of something that's like 100% original, but then from a market point of view, that is a lot harder because people don't know about it. Oh, I like this. Just being able to move things around and get a little more texture down there. And actually, I'm going to put down some medium. I'm going to dip my rag in the medium. Like that. Because really what I'm trying to do is just break this up. I feel like it's just like one big opaque shape that I don't want to have. So the more important thing is just that I have some variation in the strokes. Okay, I think I got to work on the figure. The figure has a bunch of things that are not really happening. I'm going to stick with the Prussian blue. Gosh, I hope it doesn't do this the whole time. That's going to really bother me if I end up with these bubbles. Maybe if I build up enough paint, it'll go away. I don't know. We'll see. But I do like how that's going so far. So here's the drawing part. I think this is way too big. I'm going to get a thin brush. And we're just going to do some redrawing. I think it's mostly the hair is too low. So if I try to get the hand, I think the hand might be too big actually. Make it a little smaller. This redrawing part is a pain. Also, this hand is like way smaller than I like to paint, which is not fun for me. God, this is the week of sketching hands. Oh, actually, I think the elbow is up here. It's weird because in the photo, this lower part of the arm, it's very foreshortened. So if you look in the reference, you will see that. It's strange looking. So the hand looks bigger than it actually is because of the foreshortening. Okay, that then gives me more space to have the body. I think I'm going to move this arm up here. Okay, so that then pulls the hair. I'm just going to put a couple strokes. Yeah, that's better. Oh, I should take a photo so we can see the progress. So you can see my absurd desire to document everything. And the funny thing is I still feel like I'm cutting corners in terms of documenting things. But hopefully it's enough for you guys to, I guess, see an overview of what happens. I think sometimes it's really hard for us to get a sense for that because, and actually, maybe you guys can tell me if this is the case or not. Like, I don't watch a lot of artist videos, mostly because I'm just busy. But I feel like most of the time it's just about the technique, it's about the painting part. And you don't typically see people documenting the ideation so much. So you learn a lot about, okay, how do they hold the brush and stuff like that, but the ideation isn't usually something people typically are documenting. Unless I'm looking in the wrong places, which feel free to tell me if that's the case. So I'm just bulking out some of the basic shapes of the hair because the hair has a really specific direction that's going in. Like up here, it's sort of moving across. I'm looking at key parts of the hair that help me figure things out. Let me change the focus. I think now that I've added some colors, it's now doing something different in terms of focus. Okay, let's try that. All right, let's see what is happening in the Discord. So Steffi says, been lurking the past few marathons. Oh, I'm so excited that you're here, Steffi. Love seeing everyone's work. Painting at home feels like a studio environment. Oh, I love that. That is so cool. Whoa, look at those juicy highlights. And this is super intense. Nice work, Steffi. I mean, I wonder, and because I'm on the other side, I don't know that I can tell, but do you guys feel like it feels like this? So when I was in art school, we would go to the studio to work because we had very small rooms. Nobody wanted to work on their dorm room. I mean, some people did, but for big paintings, you can't really do that. And so we would all go to the painting studio after hours. And in some cases, we were there pretty late. And everybody had something that they were working on. Like we were all from different classes and stuff like that. But I really loved that atmosphere because you were together with a lot of people, but you didn't have to like socialize because I hate parties. Hate like the you have to talk to somebody and but if you're in a studio together and everybody's doing their own thing, you can talk once in a while, but it's okay to have some silence in there. And I guess maybe this is my way of trying to recreate that experience for people. Okay, so we have Rats with Shivs, first time posting something in the Discord. That's fantastic. Working on my tattoo portfolio. Oh, I love these shapes. I love how every mushroom has a different attitude. This is a very confident mushroom over here. Ooh, this one looks like Wuthering Heights, wind blowing. That's fantastic. I'm so glad that so many of you are joining in here because if you want to hang out with us, this is the place. I'm here all the time. DB says working more on the head today using Cobra. Oh, right. Oh my gosh, the wrinkles are really coming together. I mean, the head really has a mass at this stage. And we have Tara, who has some early progress. Tara, I'd love to hear, what is the software that you're using? Oh, nice job on that hand. Does everybody see? It's very simple. You have the highlight here, you have the shadow here, and then we can really feel the weight of the hair coming down. Nancy says, that's so weird, but I like the look of it. Casey's asking, was the underpainting diluted with water or oil? I just used the medium, so oil. There was no water. Yeah, so this is what I'm showing everybody. If you guys look up close, this is the bubbly thing that I'm talking about. That's a little bit too close. I mean, maybe if I paint with straight paint, I won't have that. I have to see. This is Nez, today's marathon setup. Sweet. You've got the palette. Did you paint these color wheels yourself, Nez? I'd be curious to hear what was the exercise in that color wheel. So this is Luce Beatty, created an Angela Harding lino cut book liner image in drawing ink. Oh, that is so intricate. It's super lively. I mean, I feel like it's one of those drawings you have to keep looking at it for a while because there's a lot to process. Definitely keeps me curious. Oh, we have another one from Hepa Lesson. Oh, I really like these strokes. I like how they're all going in distinct directions, but then also up here where they cross over each other. I should do that. Thank you. Hepa Salon. Oh, okay, cool, Anna. Because Anna, I know you went to art school. Recreates art school vibes. Well, for those of you who didn't go to art school, maybe we can give you a little taste of that here. Okay, so Tara's using Procreate. Nice. By ideation, Anna says, do you mean thumbnails and studies or other prep work? Anything. Anything that's not the brushwork and making the painting, the preliminary work. Sav says, your figures have amazed me in how fluid they are. I have an issue with being stiff. For those of you who have drawn the figure, what suggestion would you make in terms of trying to make your figures less stiff and to get that fluidity? I think ultimately you have to think top to bottom because so often people are drawing a piece at a time. And to get the fluidity, you have to make sure that things are distinctive. For example, to subdivide the arm to say, okay, upper arm, lower arm, wrist, and palm. But I think what makes things stiff is when those divisions are too clear. You have to have a little more flow in there. We also have Malia working on a surrealist painting. I was obsessed with the surrealists when I was in high school. I still have a thing for Magritte, even though I think now he's not really my cup of tea, but he's sort of nostalgic. Anne has 4 large oil paintings going. How big? Tell us in the chat. Wait, you're drawing narwhals, John? Oh my gosh. Why are you drawing narwhals? Sophia has used the Cobra paints. Love how they rinse perfectly clean with water, but they are sticky. I use the Walnut Alkyd by M. Graham to thin and smooth it. Also help the paint be a touch dry faster. Jess has been obsessed with semi-abstract watercolor landscapes. Have you seen Emil Nolda's? I'll type the name into the chat because his watercolors are some of my absolute favorites. They may be too abstract. I have no idea exactly what you're looking for, but it's, oh, I love his watercolors. Emil Nolde, one of the German expressionists. Okay, so Mina says, it's because the underpainting is so smooth, the modified oils and the water-soluble oils make it harder for the paint to adhere to smoother surfaces. Oh, that makes sense. So Mina, do you think water mixable oils are better on something like a canvas, something that has a little bit more tooth? Dana's working on Excalibur's sword. Isn't it amazing, the range? And really, you guys, whatever you're working on, you can put it in the Discord in the Art Marathons channel. You don't have to be doing what I'm doing. Some people are using the reference photo, But please share anything you're doing in there. It's just super fun to see all those different things. So Anna's asking a question, and yes, everybody write question. And if you remember, put it in all caps. It's easier for me to see it out of the comments. Anna says, do you find working with the water mixable oils is different with the special mediums? I've tried a few times, but I really didn't like them that much. I felt the same way. I feel like I just like oils. Just really like straight oils, the traditional thing. But I could see how for cleanup they're handy. But the thing is, now that people have helped me figure out solvent-free oil painting, I guess I don't see, other than the convenience of the cleanup with water, why I would find the need to use these. But maybe I haven't used them enough. That's the other thing. Well, thank you, Mystical Ran. I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, so Mina says canvas is better, but you could also do an acrylic underpainting and then put some clear gesso on top. Something that has more suction is a better base. Okay. Yeah, this is the water mixable oils is what I used for the underpainting. Nice advice for loosening up with the figure. Exaggerate more than you think, says Casey. Sometimes we hold ourselves back from doing, quote, too much, but it ends up being stiff anyways. Yes, I do that as well. I always, like, if somebody's bending, I try to bend them more. And then usually it keeps things from feeling too lukewarm. If I try to draw a figure as I see it, it always comes up stiff. So maybe the exaggeration is the key. Thank you, Casey. Minette says there's an Art Prof prompt to watch videos of dancers in slow motion and draw as they dance. That helped a lot with fluidity. I should do that again. Yeah. If anybody's interested in that, just go to the what is it called? Drawing expressively? Expressive drawing track. That's what it's called. Type that into the search bar at artprof.org and you'll find it. It's lesson 1. Sketch Pause is asking, currently an art student in Mass Art Boston. Have you heard of it? Oh, yeah. Mass Art's been there forever and ever. Actually, I went to the Gardner Museum recently and I was walking around because I was looking for a place to eat. And I was like, oh my God, it's so different. Like they have that whole area with, what's that school? Is it Northeastern? Something Polytechnic, whatever. But they had like all new bill. I was like, oh my God, I'm old. They've really changed a lot of things there. Okay, let's get back into the painting. Okay, more drawing. I was really hoping I would get further along, but I guess not. I mean, this is nice for me. You guys are giving me an excuse to paint. I always feel like I can't make time for it because I'm like, oh, I got to make content. But this is a very focused way of making content that we haven't tried before. So yeah, maybe this is something we will do again. Because usually I'm coordinating so many different things that people are doing on our staff. And you end up feeling like you're producing 10 different videos at the same time, which is fun, but also exhausting. So perhaps this is a way for me to consolidate some of the video production. This shouldn't be so dark, but I'm going to put it in anyway because I want to be able to see it. And I'm trying to compare. Okay, so here's the bottom of the elbow. And then here is where the rib cage ends. Really? Not quite. I think the elbow's a little lower, actually. Let's make it a little lower. Because that, I don't know, that feels like it's too much, but just try it. It's really hard to know until you've actually done it. Wait. Oh, I was going to make it lower. Okay. Because a lot of the times people will ask me, oh, is this a good idea? Is this going to work out? And honestly, the only answer I have is just try it. And if it doesn't work, try something else. Sometimes it's really that simple. Because we can think all we want in our heads about, oh, maybe this will work, maybe that, but you really don't know until you put it down. Okay, so now there's the bottom of the elbow. Is that the edge? But does that put the torso like all the way up there? I think the elbow's lower. I think it's like here now. It should be a little more straight. Ugh, so many changes here. But the main reason I'm being a little picky right now is because I really want the leg and the foot to get in. And if I don't do this, there's not going to be space for them. It still feels too low. Maybe I should move it back up. More like that. But then this has to go up too. Okay, let's do this. Okay, that's the bottom of the elbow. And then I think here is where the ribcage ends. If I bring that in a bit. Let's just try it. If it looks terrible, I can just do something else. Oh man, that's bringing it all the way over here. I don't know, that feels like really wrong, but I guess I was just, I mean, I knew the proportions were not great when I stopped the drawing. I knew that the leg was too small. I mean, I guess it's just I'm prioritizing different things. Oh man, that brings it all the way over here. Oh, that's a little hard to look at. Oh man, that really changes things. Sheesh. Well, so much for that underpainting. Really was not very helpful. And by the way, everybody, I just want to say thank you that you're all so kind and supportive in the comments and in the Discord too. I think it's really remarkable because if you think about other places on the internet where people are not so nice, I feel like it's amazing. I mean, there's a reason it's like that. It's because we have an amazing mod team and we work really hard to keep it that way. But I'm very proud of our audience for that people feel that our server is a safe space. I gotta make this lighter, not enough medium. I don't want this line to get so dark because it feels too permanent. And so that's another thing I learned early on is when you keep things nice and light. Because let me tell you, it's taking all my willpower to not go black. I love it. Love putting down black, but it does not help me. I'm well aware of that. I think she got too wide. God, I really did not do a good job on this. Okay, let's put the knees like up here. And that should give me more room to do this leg. But now this is really, there was more of a tilt before. You know what? I'm going to go in. I'm going to take this photo. I'm going to rotate it a little bit because I think the angle isn't quite what I want. Is that better? Is it? Let's just try that. Okay. And by the way, lurkers, it's time to say hi. That's it. Just hi. And you know something, speaking of the Discord, I do really encourage people to lurk. Oh, this is too low. For a while. Because some people will come into the Discord and they'll say, oh, I'm really shy and I don't really feel like I know Discord very well. And so I tell people, listen, just lurk for a little bit. You don't have to participate. Just read some of the threads. And when you're ready, then share your work, then talk. Because I don't want anybody in our Discord to feel pressure to do anything they don't want to do. And so for a lot of people, the lurking is actually very important. Because I think joining a new group anywhere online or anywhere in general is intimidating. You like don't quite know things just yet. So I think lurking is a very smart thing. So good job, lurkers. Because I know from what people have been telling me that there's some not so nice art communities out there. Has anybody had that? I was in a Facebook group for art teachers. It was really big. I don't really use Facebook anymore, but this was a huge art teacher group. I think it was like something crazy, like 10,000 art teachers and people from everywhere. This is like K through 12 and college and stuff like that. And wow, I've never seen art teachers act mean before the way they did in this group. It was impressive. It's like, wow, art teachers, like we're the nicest people. If you teach K to 12 art, you're generally not seen as a cutthroat person. But oh my God, some of the things that people would say to each other in that Facebook group, I was like floored. It's sort of like Santa Claus being mean, you know? Like something like I was like, what? I was in another group that was just for high school teachers. And that group was pretty good. I mean, it probably has something to do with the size. It's got to be that because when you have such a big group, it's just a really different experience. Oh man, I'm ignoring the arm. I was really hoping I would like get to paint today, but of course here I am like fixing everything. This division to be really strong. I see Ryan is doing laundry. Tell me right now, what are you doing? Maybe you're eating an ice cream sundae. Who knows? It's just fun to see what people are doing. All us artists. Okay, this will definitely bring the leg back up. Maybe I can, you know, I'm going to tilt the leg. Maybe I'll try to put the foot like down here. because I feel like maybe I'm making her a little too straight. Oh, this is at more of an angle. It's too straight. Oh, wow, I really messed that up. Yeah, it should be like here. And actually, this I'm going to move. See, the problem with figure drawing, painting, you fix one thing, you got to fix 3 other things. And tell me in the comments, if you have done figurative work, what media have you done? Have you done figure painting or is it figure drawing? Because the figure is one of those topics. It just never gets old. Well, for those of us that like it, it never gets old. But it is something that takes so many forms. So I'm always curious. I think most of the time people associate the figure with figure drawing because that's more common. But there are so many different forms of the figure. Oh, this is too straight. Let's make it a little bit more bulgy. And it's difficult with the figure because the changes you make are so subtle, but they make a big difference. It's like on a portrait. Don't you feel like if you move the nose a millimeter to the left, it's like, whoa, oh my God, it's like a new portrait. So that's what I find very difficult about portraiture is just that little things are extremely impactful. Okay, we got to get this leg. Let's move it. Okay, this is good. This will get us. Oh, but remember, I'm going to slant it more. Okay, so then I got to bring in from the left. Yeah, I like that slant better. Can I do it more? Maybe that's... Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay, let's leave that. I do like this Prussian blue, by the way. It's giving me the value that I want, but it's also not like burnt umber. It is giving, I think, a little bit of vibrancy to that. I think this thigh is getting too small. Geez, I feel like I should have done a better job with the underpainting. Could have saved myself doing all this. Okay, I do like where the leg is going now. But I gotta remember I'm gonna... Oh yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Okay. Let's just approximate the foot. I'm gonna get it in. I don't want to crop it, but I might have to. Oh, I also don't want tangent though. Here's the shin. It's a pretty big difference between this left side and over here. Here we really see the calf muscle clearly. And then this connects downwards to the ankle bone. Well, that could work. I think I just need some more emphasis in here so I can see the shape a little more clearly. One more thing, and then I'll look at comments. I think this is not high enough. No, This should be a little lower. Because I wanted more of a tilt in there. Oh no, that looks bad. Let's go back. I was like, whoa, something's really weird about the pelvis now. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, that was a bad change. That looks better now. All right, let's get a progress shot. I'm just going to show you guys what that Prussian blue looks like. Maybe a close-up up here. Yeah, it's so much better for me to post this stuff during the stream instead of after. I feel like we should always do streams like this, having people post in Discord. Do you guys think we should do that even if it's not a marathon? Because I'm loving it. It's so, so cool to see what's in the Discord. So speaking of the Discord, let's take a quick glance, see what people have been doing. Okay, so Bosch has I think it's an oil painting. And wow, what a beautiful atmospheric background, but then also these very graphic lines. Those are really popping out and giving it, oh, sorry, I need to share my screen. Sorry about that. This is the green atmosphere I was talking about. And then the lines being very graphic. You have multiple types of styles happening with the brush. This is Ashton working on screen printing. I've been teaching myself how to do it at home, being that I won't always have access to a university. Oh, Ashton, I'd love for you to tell us here in the chat or also in the Discord what kind of technique this is, because silk screening is one of the few printmaking techniques that I really don't have any experience with at all. And I just love this variation of blue. Does everybody see how it's a little bit darker in the middle? I'm always looking for stuff like that in a print. So Marta has a deadline for painting, been away for 10 days because I had guests. Going to take some time just to get my head back into working mode. You know something? That's so true. I think sometimes what I struggle with, because I don't get long hours and periods to work, is continuity. Do people feel like sometimes your art process is just like chopped up all the time and it's hard to remember? I mean, maybe you shouldn't wait a year to pick up a painting like I did, but I think that's so true that sure, there's the technical making of it, but there's also just the mindset that a certain artwork demands. And sometimes if I've been away from something for a long time, it's almost like I have amnesia, like I can't remember what I was doing before. So Utana says, been ages since I've been here, but the marathons are inspiring me. Started oil painting 7 months ago. I do BTS fan art mostly. Oh, let's take a look. Oh, I really like the coat. Does everybody see how structured it is? But then also here, where the coat is coming downwards, we see the hand gripping it. And it looks like you've got a really great start on the face, especially the slight upward motion. It's very, very tiny. It's almost a front-on view, but I think you really captured that. That's a difficult thing. Anytime you have foreshortening and it's very mild, it's also really difficult. Okay, Ashton's following up. I take photos of myself and edit them using Procreate on my iPad. Then I print the transparencies out with my printer. Oh, that's really fun. Now, if I just had a clone who could just work on silk screening. Oh, okay, so this is from last week. Oh, you've got some sweet brushwork in here. And look at that lighting. Lighting is so important in a portrait. And if you guys are wanting to do portrait, just really make sure you have a good reference, because this reference, you can see the light on this side, the shadow on this side. It just makes your life so much easier with a reference like that. Okay, wow, Starving Artist. You've made 3 handmade watercolors: ultramarine, quinacridone magenta, nickel azo yellow. Oh, has anybody here made their own paints before? I never have, but it sounds amazing. I would like to try that someday. I should get Andrew Raftery to let me film everything he knows, because he knows a lot about stuff like that. So rats with shivs can't focus on the mushrooms, going to do a personal project. Hey, whatever you feel like doing. Oh my gosh, this is a huge painting. Wow. Did you pile up your own dolls to make this? What are the things on the top? Oh, these are like collaged elements. Well, so my younger kid has an absurd number of stuffed animals. You can't see the floor in her room because of all the stuffed animals. It's very impressive. Silver Song, transfer time. Lunch guest gone. Hubby is into his own project. Perfect. Oh, looks like you're working on those cacao pods. Oh, you're being so careful about every single pod and the nuances. Like I'm looking at these little stems down here. You see how this one's a little bit bulkier. This one's very pointy. I think those are minor shifts in the shape. Very important in a line drawing. Fung is taking a pause. Yes, we all need fresh eyes. Oh, you made so much progress. I love the hand. Look at how stretchy the skin looks. But then you also have things like this, the wrinkles. And what a sweet eye socket. I really love that. Great work, everybody. Oh, we've got more. So Fung is starting an older painting. Yeah. Taking a year away from your painting. I mean, that's when you really have fresh eyes on it, right? And this is Baby Snail. London is coming along. Any opinions on the oranges and blue in the water? First time I'm brave enough to use complementary colors in one area of a painting. I definitely feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Let me take a look. Oranges and blues in the water. I'm actually okay with the color. I think the larger issue is that the brushwork is maybe a little bit too similar everywhere, because it looks more like drapery that's been stretched. I feel like the brushwork needs to have a little bit more variety. And the other thing is it does feel like the strokes stop when they need to continue into the shadows. I mean, you want to keep it looking like a shadow, like you don't want to get super bright in here, but it does feel like you're painting the water up to here. And so maybe if you have it going underneath the arch, that might be helpful. Oh my God, there's so many people in here. Malia says surrealist piece started with an automatic drawing. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, look at the transparency. That has such great shapes. Like this is a huge shape. We have medium ones and then really tiny ones. You did so well with that composition of shape. This is Butter, more pastel skies. Okay, so we see some of the underpainting. Oh, wow, you did all that? Whoa, look at these textures in here. And this little stripe of blue. This blue feels like a rebel, Butter. I really like that. Tara has some updates for us. Looks like you got more into the hair. I can definitely see some of the strokes happening. And Canada, making a drawing for my girlfriend's birthday. Oh, is this? Okay, that's the reference. And it looks like this is the beginning of your drawing. Fantastic. Isn't this so fun? I feel like I'm just like doing little studio visits around the world. That's pretty cool, everybody. Okay, let's see what else people are talking about. Ashton's asking, have you ever made your own paper? I have not, But when I was at Wellesley College, one of my colleagues, Catherine Ruffin, she ran the book arts lab at Wellesley College, and they did have a beater, the big machine that they use to make paper. I got to watch the workshop. I didn't do it, but in retrospect, I'm thinking, like, why is there not a paper making class at RISD in the printmaking department? I mean, I'm sure some of it's facilities, but ideally, I feel like paper and printmaking should be taught together. I mean, there's people like Chuck Close. He's done a lot of prints where it's like lots of squares, and each square is like a different tone of paper pulp. I think that would be really fun. Ryan says, every time I get to a portrait group late, they've already lit and posed the model, never enough contrast. I always want red lighting, makes it much harder without shadow. So I caused a little bit of a ruckus because here I went to a local figure drawing group and they had terrible lighting. I mean, there was no lighting. It was just so flat. And so I said, listen, I have the equipment. I can bring it and set it up. And people were mad at me that it took, quote, too long to set up the model. It's like, really? You guys don't see the difference? I don't know. That group wasn't quite the right fit for me. Slade says, once because the pigment wasn't available as a paint, I bought barium sulfate, very weak white from a scientific company, made an acrylic paint with it. That is so, how did you know to do that, Slade? Oh, okay. So Spider, you took the plushie pick yourself. Love it. Yeah, Paula agrees. Lack of continuity is always an issue. Alexander says chopped up all the time, every time. But I mean, how many artists really have the luxury to work with that kind of continuity? Actually, I read, it was a New York Times article, and they were interviewing Sarah Z, SZE, who's a very well-known artist internationally, has won all these awards and everything. And she was telling the interviewer what her day-to-day is like. And I was reading that going, oh, I wish that was my life. She made it sound so leisurely, like, yes, I wake up and I just draw for two. I was like, ugh. I mean, I guess I could, but I wouldn't get the other parts of my life done, and my kids would probably starve. So it's pretty difficult. We also have a lot of people doing figure drawing salve with brush pens. Oh, that's something I've never done before. I mean, I guess I've done portraits that are more sustained with marker, but I guess I never thought about doing them with gestures. It's really fun. Ryan T says, sometimes I'm closed minded about anything other than watercolor, so I almost didn't tune in today, but I have to stop doing that. This oil is amazing. Well, thank you. And I will say, everybody, I think it is very worth looking at other media, even if you don't have interest in doing it. There's so many overlaps in the creative process. George, French toast and sausage, come to my house. In Murrow, postponing going to bed. Yes, I always pay for it in the morning, though. Okay, so Steffi has been lurking since 2020, finally decided to join the Discord. Well, I'm so glad you made it. That's so nice. Anthony is lurker. Boy is late. Hello to Glowstick, Rachel, Theodora, Spider. I love that you guys are all saying hello. Okay, let's get back into this. And I want to check the focus again. Oh, now would be a good time for me to step away. Let's do that. And I should check the focus too, because image has changed a little bit. Right, let's bring that back. Shoot, I think the leg is too big now. I'm not super concerned about proportions because ultimately this is not a super realistic looking drawing, but I don't want them to be distracting. And that's something to think about. And so a lot of this is just shaving parts off. Slight nuances. This one has to come in. I mean, I am glad to have this underpainting here. So because I'm doing these streams, I haven't really had chance to cook very much. And so I told my husband today, I said, listen, okay, I bought these potatoes and I got these green beans, and I want you to make those roast potato slices. So easy. You just cut them up, you put oil, olive oil, and pepper and salt, and you just bake them in the oven for, I don't know, 40 minutes, and they get nice and crispy. It's basically like really big French fries. And then I was like, okay, I also bought green beans, just have to chop them and boil them, and that's it. And then I get a text from my kid. Do you want pizza? I'm like, I did that just so you would cook. I guess even when I gave him the assignment, couldn't do it. I still feel like this leg is too big. Maybe. I think I'm ignoring that arm. I think I have to get back to that, but I think I may actually have more room for the foot than I thought, which is a good thing because I didn't want it like going off the page. Okay, yeah, let's move the ankle bone up higher. I think that's going to help. So who here is the cook in the family? And you know, it's funny, everybody I know who is the cook in the family, I think has the same dilemma. It's like, what to cook? Like, why is that the hardest thing? Because I always ask my kids, I'm like, oh, what do you want for dinner? They're like, I don't know. I'm like, please just tell me. Like, what is the thing you want? They never do. They're like, I don't know. For some reason, that to me is the most exhausting part of cooking. It's like, what do I cook? Even though I've cooked a million things, it's not like I couldn't figure it out. But for some reason, it's like exhausting to have to figure that out. I don't know. Am I just a weirdo? So anytime I go away, I always ask my kids, I'm like, okay, what'd you guys have for dinner? They're like, oh, yeah, Papa like heated up some food for us and we had pizza one night. I'm like, okay, so basically, you guys didn't really have dinner. Or sometimes I'll ask the Bragg Fairy, I'm like, listen, I'm going away. Can you please feed them for a couple nights? Okay, this is better. I'm glad I have space for the foot now. Sorry, I know you guys can't see this part right now, but it's happening. Oh, that's better. I think this calf muscle is too big, though. I think this needs to come in a little. Oh, that's better. Okay, I like that. So does everybody see? This is where the leg used to be. Now it's all the way over here. I'm glad I'm taking the time to fix that. I feel much better about the foot. The foot was so small before, and I knew it was going to be a problem. So this is really good that I took the time to fix that. Oh, that's it. Oh my God, I feel so much better about that. Whew. I do like having this rag here. It's making it a lot easier for me to see things. And up here, it's easy for me to get some medium and erase some of those other lines. Okay, I feel like things are less chaotic. It's like this relief when you're like, okay, it's not a wreck. Okay, so the arm, yeah, shoot, it's like very close to the edge. I don't really want it to be that close, but oh yeah, that's got to come in all the way. Look at that. Okay, let me just get a bigger brush and just get some contrast up there at the top. Yeah, the thing that's the most absent for me with the water mixable oils, it's that like buttery smoothness that I think is pretty prominent in oils. It's just the paint feels a little bit coarser. I mean, it's not that much. It's not like bad, but it's enough that I notice it and makes me want to just use oils. Okay, that maybe feels better. It's getting there. I feel like it's starting to settle in. And this is one of those moments where you're like, yes, this is worth the time. It's slow, but think about if I didn't take the time to do this, what a gigantic hassle this would be later on to encounter this when I've gotten colors in and stuff like that. Like that part of it is not fun. I like how you guys are thinking about this as an art school hangout. I think that's really fun. I guess it's different than the normal live streams that we've done because we have people sharing in the Discord. It's so much longer. And I will say that I've had to change my pace a little bit because when you're streaming this long, you can't be intense. You have to slow down. It's not something you can avoid. I think I lost some of the structure in this arm. Let's bring it back. It's really this connection on that wrist I'm looking for. Yeah, that's going better for a change. Now here, okay, so this is the deltoid. I think it came in a little too much. Let's make it a little more straight. The arm is really hard. I think that there's just less happening on the arm. Do people find arms hard to draw? I feel like legs are way easier because it's so clear, like the thigh is wider, and then people have calf muscles, which have a very distinctive shape. But sometimes when I'm drawing an arm, I'm like, what is there to draw? Like, so sometimes, I don't know, the arms feel like they just don't give us as much content, I guess, to push into. Like, there's no shape on the arm that is dramatic. If you think about The torso, it's like there's sort of the drama of the hips being wider than the rib cage. And then also the torso is just really big. And so you've got a lot of space to do that. Okay, so let's find out which is harder for you, legs or arms, or does it not matter? It's all hard. Okay, and this is a good landmark here, which is in between the arm, upper arm and lower arm. Okay, to find the hand, the thumb is about here. So that's about the level. Or sometimes in the past, I've had trouble painting models who are very thin for the same reason. It feels like there's just less to work with. I mean, that's one of the reasons I've really loved drawing people who are older, because they have so many more landmarks on their face. And I think wrinkles are just so beautiful. Like I just am so mesmerized by that. Okay, this arm is looking like a spaghetti. Gotta get it straighter. That's the other thing about the arm. It's like it's so thin that the curves of it are not that clear. And also, if you don't know your anatomy, it's even harder because you don't really know what you're drawing. Like you don't know, oh, is this bicep? Is this my favorite muscle in the arm? Brachioradialis is a great muscle. It's here. This is the brachioradialis. It gets very thin at the wrist. Okay, here I want to fill in some more because I want to be able to see that contour better. Yeah, I have the arm like way out here. Let's just fill that in. So at least we get a feeling of that area of darkness. I am a fan of this Prussian blue. Oh, and I was very sad today, everybody. I went to the art store after I went to the gym today. They were closed. I'm like, what is this? This would never happen in Boston. I guess in Utah, people don't need art supplies on Sunday. It's very sad because all of you helped me so much yesterday by giving those super chats so I could replace my terrible brushes. It was very sad. So I guess I'm going tomorrow. Oh, does anybody here have brush recommendations? Because Kathy Speranza gave me her list. But are there any particular kinds? I actually really want to try the rosemary company that people suggested, but I obviously won't get the stuff in time for the marathon. But I'm curious. Who here has used rosemary or any other online place to get brushes? I don't know. I feel like I was bad to my brushes. I think I was too aggressive. I didn't take care of them, and now I'm paying for it. Okay, I see some questions are in there. So again, another reminder, everybody, if you have a question, please put in all caps question. It'll make it easier for me to see the comment. And if you ask a question, for some reason I miss it, just ask it again. There have been a lot of comments. People are like, Clara, how are you painting and talking and doing tech and looking at two chats in the Discord? It's like, I don't know. What other way is there to do it? I think that about everything I do, where people say, oh, this is a really cool thing. I'm like, I don't know any other way to teach that. This is the only thing in my head that works. But I suppose it is like that for other people as well. getting a little picky right now. I think I better just put in the... I don't feel like I really want to paint fingers right now, but I want to approximate where they are. Because fingers are a hassle. It might be good enough for now. I'll come back to that when I'm ready. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that's okay. I think that's acceptable. I'm just trying to paint around everything so I don't see the outline. I want to see more like a shape. So you can see now the arm is very red looking. Okay, we gotta take a step back. I think the trouble with the arm is it's hard to see where it's connected because it's really up here. And so you don't really see the connection from the shoulder into the arm. And so the arm feels like it's sort of floating a little bit. I mean, I hope that will be taken care of once I start adding color in there. And by the way, everybody, I did go to the store and I did see what a mop brush was. I never heard of that. But apparently I had one in my closet. Do they call it a mop brush in makeup? The makeup industry? Or does it have a different name? It's funny the things we have to get. You know something, one time I was teaching at a school and I think we were doing printmaking and we needed hair dryers. And so I bought hair dryers on the school credit card. And then later they were like, "Why did you buy this?" I'm like, "It's for printmaking." Like they thought it was suspicious that I'd bought hair dryers. I'm like, "Yes, I bought them because they're so exciting." I don't think that's really the type of thing that people buy because it's so fun. It just cracked me up because we have things that are like really necessary, but on the surface to everybody else, like they don't understand why we need those things. What is the strangest thing you ever bought for your art? Because there's so many things. For example, when I was teaching elementary school, we'd always use garlic presses because you can make spaghetti with garlic presses out of clay, and it's really fun. And so I'll just go and buy like 5 garlic presses, and I'm always like, what do these people think I am? Or sometimes when I'm doing a still life, I'll go to the grocery store and I'll buy one of all these produce items. And I'm always like, gosh, do these people think I'm really going to make a meal out of this? It's like one dragon fruit, one coconut, one onion. I always think that must look really weird to people. This I'm going to move down again. I think I changed my mind again. There's something about this leg. I think it's really close. I'm trying to get the angle a little bit more diagonal, but it's also making it look too small, which I don't want. Although maybe I could blame it on this leg. Oh, maybe it's not poking out enough. Oh, yeah, that sort of wraps itself around. Oh, yeah, that's better. Okay, I see what I messed up. Okay, let's take a step back. stepping back is so helpful. I need to do it more often. Plus, I get to stretch. I feel like she's too wide. Something about the torso. I think it needs to come in a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's definitely too wide. Sheesh. Okay. And then, oh, I didn't really draw the arm over here. It's like, oh, that really helped. Oh, good. Oh, that's it. Way too wide before. Oh, you know what? The arm, it's too far from the body. That's it. I got to fix that. Normally, I'm not this picky, but I think with the figure, I tend to get that way because it's just really, I don't know, it just feels like if you don't prepare, you really pay for it later. Yeah, that's better. Bring it back in. I think even more. I think it needs to be even closer than that. That brings this part down as well. I don't want it to be too loose though. It's got to have a, because the thing is the figure, their weight is largely on this hand. So there's a real presence. And that's actually a very important thing with figures is weight distribution. So anytime I am drawing a figure, I have to think about, okay, where's the weight distribution? Is the weight distribution on one part of the figure, or is it evenly distributed? Because that's something that I think really is critical to understand about any figure that you're drawing. Is the weight distribution even? Is it all on one leg? I mean, the quintessential explanation of weight distribution is contrapposto, which is where all the weight is on one leg and the other one is really relaxed. But that helped me a lot in figure drawing to think about weight distribution. Okay, this is getting there. I can see the light. It's happening. But I need more shoulder at the top. That's it. Okay, step back. Let's see. Okay, let's get a progress photo for the Discord, and then let's take a look at comments. Hope you guys are having fun in the Discord. Looks like we have a lot of progress. Super fun, everybody. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the comments. Gosh, 2 hours flies by. I'm very happy because you guys are giving me a lot of watch time, and YouTube really likes watch time. They like it more than views. People think it's all about views, but it's actually how long people watch the video. So if you watch a video and you watch the whole thing, that's like sweet watch time for me. It's called audience retention. I am the biggest YouTube nerd. By the way, does anybody here have a YouTube channel? It doesn't have to be art related. It could be something else. Or maybe you did and never did. Oh, Norris wants to see the Caravaggio book. Okay, I think it's on this shelf. Just give me a second. I haven't looked at that book in years. Oh, here it is. I found it. Yay. I can't remember where I got it. But I just remember thinking, I am never going to see a Caravaggio book like this ever again. Okay, Art Prof story time. So this is the Caravaggio book. Okay, pop quiz. What figure is this painting from? Can somebody figure it out? I will be very impressed if somebody knows where this little boy yelling. What painting is that? Can anybody figure it out? Okay, let's take a look and then I'll go through some of the questions. It's all in Italian. My Italian was pretty good. Okay, so they do have your, I guess, typical art book images, but this is what this book has that I haven't seen in other books. Look at this. Look, there's like full page, super close-up details. Like, have you ever seen his grapes up close like that? No, check it, it gets better. Because there's some details on some of the really big paintings, like Calling of St. Matthew. What I'm looking for Martyrdom of St. Matthew. Oh, so look at this. Okay. Everybody see this painting? What is this? Flight to Egypt? I think it is Flight to Egypt. Okay. So this is a very big, complicated painting. Whoops, this way. All right. Does everybody see this little jug right here? Look at this. They have this detail of that little jug. So that's what this book has. It has amazing details that you would never get to see. Okay, I got to find Crucifixion of St. Peter. Oh my God, I love that painting. Wait. Oh wait, I did find Martyrdom of St. Matthew. Here it is. Okay. Okay, so this is Martyrdom of St. Matthew. That's one of my favorites. But look, it's the freaking hand. You can see the cracks in the painting. Whose hand is that? Oh, you know what? This is Calling of St. Matthew. Let me show you where that hand is. Where is it? Okay, so this painting, this one is Calling of St. Matthew. So does everybody see that hand? That's the detail that I just showed you. It's Christ's hand. But look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's, all right, so this is Calling of St. Matthew, right? But look, I hope I can show this in a way. Okay, position the webcam. Which way? Look at this. The next few pages, these are all details from Calling of St. Matthew. Look at that. So that is this guy. And in all of these, okay, there's Christ. Look at this. Aren't those the most amazing details you've ever seen? But wait, I got to show you Crucifixion of St. Peter. I want to see if they have the close-up of the foot. Do they? Yes, they have it. Okay. This is Crucifixion of St. Peter. And one of my favorite parts of this painting is the feet, the dirty feet here. Okay. Check this out. This is that dirty foot. Look at, you can see like individual strokes. Oh, I love this Caravaggio book. Okay, did anybody figure out which painting this is from? It's from Martyrdom of St. Matthew. I'll show you exactly where it is. Gosh, I'm such a dork. It's so exciting. Because I've taken family members to places and they're like, we're going to the gift shop. I'm like, really? Okay, so this is Martyrdom of St. Matthew, and that little boy is up there. And he's the one. Caravaggio. So breathtaking. Yes, dorks who love art. I mean, how can you not, Mina? Look! Oh my god. Okay, so Jarl Soar says, thoughts on where to hold brushes and why. Seems that long brushes facilitate holding far away to put distance for bigger picture view, etc. For me, the biggest distinction is whether I hold the brush like this, so this is more a pencil grip, or whether I hold a brush like this, so holding it at the end. Now, if you hold it like this, you get a tight grip, but the thing is, it's very limited. Like this doesn't go that far. But if I paint like this, it can go anywhere. Now, the thing is, though, if you paint at the end, it's easier to be looser, but it's also much tougher to control. And so for most of us, this is our first impulse, is to hold it like a pencil. But I found that this works better for me because I am naturally a tight painter, and I try really hard to not do that. And that's really, really helped me. Wow, Choppers has a YouTube channel. Motivate me to build my plastic models after my dog's death, but I have been struggling with building. Oh, YouTube is so hard. And a lot of it is you have to know what are the things to do. And so I listen to Nick Nimmin, and also vidIQ is a great channel. And they have really specific things they tell you to do, and they work. So it's more about you have to like know those 10 things. So Blue Wren says, you must listen to a podcast called Art Holes. The series on Caravaggio is 12 hours long. It's hilarious and so informative. Oh, tell me in the comments, do people have recommendations for podcasts that they like? Art or art history related? And I don't know if people saw, but Mia has a new art history podcast. It's called The Gilded Eye, and she's on YouTube. She's also got it on Instagram, and I think they do have a website. So just look up The Gilded Eye on YouTube and you'll find it. Jen has been sitting on wanting to start a YouTube channel for months and still haven't. My advice would be just start, because you know what's actually nice about the beginning of a channel is that nobody's watching. And so you're not getting a lot of scrutiny, and you can do a lot of bad videos, and you have to make bad videos. Because Jordan told me the same thing. He kept saying, I want to start a channel. And I was like, just start it. And then he realized that number one, you got to do a lot of videos before you get any that are remotely decent. And number two, nobody's watching, which is really helpful. I mean, I'm so grateful that we have the reach we have, and we have an amazing audience that took me years and years for us to get together. But the consequence of being a bigger channel is you get very high scrutiny. And I've gotten in trouble for a couple of things in the past. And so I think now I'm better at it. I think now I know how to word things in a way that it will not be misinterpreted, because I think on the internet in general, like people are finding a reason to get upset. And so if you say things even a little pointed in a certain direction, people will just eat you alive. And so that's one consequence. And so actually when I release a video, I know this sounds weird, but I babysit it for a little bit. Like the first hour or so, I'm sort of watching the comments and making sure they're not going in a bad direction, because we've had some videos like that. And for you guys who are regulars, you know me, you know I'm not a malicious, horrible person. You'll understand that. But for new people who've never seen us before, and that's the first video they see, sometimes out of context, they must go, oh, she's a horrible person. And then, of course, the comments get out of control. Oh, Damon is editing a video. We also have Samaj says, I do for intuitive painting. I have no talent, though. I think it's important to have a practice, and that is what it is for me. Talent only takes you Actually, I don't think it takes you anywhere. I reposted a video on my Instagram stories today, my personal account at Clara Lieu. And it's from my former RISD professor, Oren Sherman. And I love Oren. He's so salty. He's awesome. And he's super smart and knows everything there is to know about color. And he posted, it's a very short reel, is talking about how you're born with the talent, but you have to do something with it. And so talent to me is not going to cover all your things. Okay, so that's from Naris. I'm scrolling up to C. Wait, Arash says, having worked in a supermarket, people do buy one of vegetables to make meals, and they come every day to the same to get it all, though they might think it's fresher if they do that. Semicircular pizza cutters from the kitchen store for clay. Oh, that's brilliant, starving artist. Ashton bought a bunch of mini Rubik's Cubes to dismantle for a sculpture project. Oh, guys, we're so weird. I love it. Elma says Neef brushes. What are those? I mean, is that a brand? Okay, so Daniel has a question. I have a BA in English. I've been working in the visual arts for the past 7 years. I'd like to become an art instructor. Can you please give my MFA application advice for my background? Okay, I guess, I mean, it's a very long conversation. The first thing I would say is ask yourself if you really need an MFA, because an MFA, the only thing it qualifies you to do is to teach college. And so there's a lot of confusion. Like if you wanted to teach K through 12, it's a completely different degree. So Daniel, if you can follow up in the comments, tell me what age group you'd like to do, because it could be if you don't need an MFA, you could start teaching right away. Like I think a lot of people don't realize that there are many teaching opportunities that people are not aware of. So the first one is teaching at a public school. Not public school, private school. That's what I was trying to say. Because my first job out of my MFA was at a college preparatory high school, Concord Academy in Massachusetts. And that school had a better art department than I've seen in so many colleges. I was able to be hired there even though I didn't have an art education degree, because it's a private school. Private schools do not have the same requirements for degrees that public schools do. Now, if I wanted to teach in a public school, I wouldn't be allowed because I didn't have the certification, the teacher certification. I had my MFA, but that did not qualify me to teach in public schools. Art, you have to figure out where you want to teach art, because it's very, very different things. And sometimes arts organizations, they need instructors and are not as stringent about the requirements. So it could be that you don't need to get your degree to start teaching. I mean, I started teaching in a summer camp. I was the art teacher. And so sometimes it's nice to do that, if anything, just to see if that's really what you want to do. So follow up and I'll take a look. Says Rosemary and Company are cheaper. Really? Even with tax and shipping fees and the brushes I usually buy. Princeton Elite for watercolor. That was Lauren. Lauren didn't like the fan brush. I don't mind them, but I haven't found my way of using them that works very well. Kathy Speranza did tell me to buy them, so maybe I'll give them another shot. A dagger brush. What is that? A bloom brush? Oh, you're going to have to explain that to me, Samaj. I have no idea what that is. Okay, so Sav is asking, what do you think is good practice for figures and anatomy? Absolutely quick gesture drawings. That is the heart of learning figures and anatomy, is capturing those things as quickly as you can. Getting a really good, solid 5-minute figure drawing that has fluidity, that captures the personality of the pose, that has structure and mass. of the human figure, that is one of the hardest things. If you can pull that off, you will be able to do the other things. That is the hardest thing to do. So I would really practice with short gestures. Okay, so how come everybody but me knew about Rosemary and Company? So glad you guys are here. Okay, so Elma says, will you exaggerate anything in today's proportions like you did with yesterday's eye? I don't think so. I think this is a really different image. That one was so wonky and strange. I mean, this one is very much related to my Falling series, which I did a long, long time ago. But it is in that genre, so that wasn't a part of that project. But great question. James says, watch the end of your live stream yesterday, motivated me to draw for a painting. I'm painting now. We'll post to the Discord soon. Awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that the painting marathon is getting a lot of you to paint. And remember, give me feedback on the marathon. It's not done yet, but I am looking at what people are saying, if we would do it again, and if we did, if we'd have to tweak anything or whatever. But there's lots of possibilities here. Samaj says, I can't even imagine doing a human figure yet. It seems so daunting. That's only because of the psychology of a human. People don't get stressed out when they have to paint a leaf the way that they do when they have to paint a person. I think it's more that than that it's difficult. I'm not saying it's not, but I think it's the psychology part that's difficult for people. Chopper says, do you find many people with MFA in interdisciplinary arts? I mean, that would just be classified as an MFA, and then interdisciplinary arts, I would suppose, would be the major, unless there's some other degree. I don't know if the IA denotes the major, or if that's a whole other degree separate from MFA. Yeah, if you want to let me know. Okay, so let's look at what Daniel's saying. I love to teach adult learners. I've been teaching children in private institutions for most of the 7 years. Oh, you've done a lot then. That's fantastic. So adult learners, usually the place in terms of in-person teaching would be in continuing education classes. So if that's your goal, to teach adult learners in continuing education classes, you don't need the MFA. I mean, the MFA is nice if you want to do it for your own personal practice. But in terms of teaching, to me, it sounds like you can just start. I mean, that's how a lot of things go. I think sometimes we think, well, I need to be a better artist first. I need to get more experience. It's like, yeah, just go out there and do it. I would love to see you do that, Daniel. Because have people found in other fields that is true? That people say, well, I can't do that until I have this. I'm like, just try it. Like, just go in and do it. I mean, there's so much you learn on the job, where a lot of art school grads will say to me, they're like, oh man, I'm so mad that art school didn't teach me this. I'm like, art school would never teach you that. You can only learn that on the job. Lulu Bell says, another YouTuber mentioned that lives are not counted watch time or likes, as regular videos are rated for specs. Just hearsay to me. Yeah, that's not quite accurate. It's complicated, but I think there's just so much misperception. Like, unless you've really done research on your analytics, it's just very difficult to understand. Okay, question. Arash says, any tips? How do I get better at drawing faces rather than make it look like a doll's face? It's hard for me to give you an accurate answer without seeing your work, but it really comes down to skeletal structure. In fact, let's do it. There's a reason I have these skulls here. Here we go. All the answers to your portrait problems, they're here. So maybe, Arash, you can follow up in the comments and tell me if you've worked or looked at the skeleton, we do have a really cool exercise called skeleton skull inside a portrait. Go to artprof.org, type that into the search bar. That is one of the most helpful things that you can do in order to learn portraiture. Okay. Let's do a little bit, and then I do want to take a look at the Discord in a little bit. Okay. Let me clean up a little bit on the shoulder, and then I think I need some strokes for the hair. I mean, maybe that's what this marathon is. Maybe it's an art school hangout. Because I kept thinking, oh, it's a tutorial, but it's not really a tutorial. I mean, I'm doing stuff, but it's not the same or as focused as when I have a tutorial, which is like, okay, step by step. It's more like just representing the artist's life so you can see what that's really about. I don't know. I mean, do people here think that, well, okay, so for those of you who didn't go to art school, do you feel like you never really had a sense of really what being an artist is like? Because unless you know artists in person, you probably wouldn't know. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody. And so maybe that's more, well, not more, but a lot of the purpose of the stream is to say, hey, this is what it really looks like to be an artist. And of course, we're going to keep making our edited videos and stuff like that. There's value there. This is very meandering. But for me, maybe that's the value. Because I guess I thought it was just, oh, this will be a fun event and all those things. But maybe there's more to it than I thought. Oh, this thumb is bad. I don't know why, like the past 2 days, I've had so many just weird looking hand situations. Something about the angle of this thumb that's just really strange. So that happens a lot where I'll create content thinking, oh, it's going to be this. But then based on your reaction and the feedback that everybody here gives me, it actually turns out that the value is something else that I didn't anticipate. But I guess what we're always trying to do is keep our content diverse enough that people are learning different things from different types of videos and formats as well. Oh, this is such a nice comment, Angela. Watching you is reassuring, makes me less uptight about my work. And this is a good point, Slate. Making art in the studio can be lonely. I like spending time alone, but it's nice to have people around and talking when you're in the studio. Yeah, when Jordan was streaming live, I used to listen to him when I was working because working is boring sometimes. Samaj says, I appreciate you having these workshops. It's fun to connect with other folks who like art too. Well, guess what, you guys? We have real workshops that we have in the Discord, and we are doing registration for that. There are spaces in several of the workshops. The ones that are coming up right now are digital painting and also realistic painting. Oh, is there like a delay? There we go. Sorry about that. We have digital painting, realistic painting, and some other ones that are coming up would be flowers and plants in watercolor. These are 2 weeks long. And you know something, everybody? The workshops are extremely similar to what is happening right now in the Discord. Because the way we do the workshops, everybody's on voice. There's no video. We just do audio. And people post their progress. Like Nez here posted some work. And the difference is that I get on voice and I talk to you on voice. That's the difference. But That's basically what this is sharing your work in real time. That's how the workshops that we have here work. So the workshops that I'm talking about, those are all running, and the link to register is in the description. Because our workshops are a lot of hands-on work, but honestly, I cannot imagine them being any other way. And people really learning something. Because I think a lot of the online workshops are basically, sometimes they're sort of cash grabs because it's just about getting people the course. Well, I shouldn't call them cash grabs, but that they are passive income. That's the word, not cash grabs. Passive income, where once you make the video and then people buy access to the video, you're done. You don't have to do anything else. But our workshops are not like that. Our workshops are a ton of work. But that's because we give super hands-on advice. And I send people audio recordings. We used to just do typed critiques, but now I'm recording them as a voice recording and sending people transcripts. So that's another thing that I recently put together that I think is really fun. Because I think it just feels better to hear critique from a voice than to hear one from something that's typed. But we also have a transcript. So you get the transcript and you get the voice recording when you post for feedback. And that's not just in the workshops, that's also happening in Art Club. So in Art Club, you get voice sessions with staff, me, Jordan, Deepti, and Lauren. You get critiques from me, which are now in the form of a voice recording. Okay, I got distracted. Now I'm working on the arm. Wow, this is not what I thought I was going to be working on. I thought I was going to get into color today. I hope I do still. That's really what I wanted to get into. Oh, why does that finger look so weird? See, this is where I really don't like painting small. I think painting small for something like hands is a big pain. It's getting weird. It's way too big. Oh, it looks really bad. Oh man, this hand is kind of kicking my butt. I mean, it doesn't have to be totally resolved right now, but I do want to be able to show where the changes in between the hands, because I do want to get more strokey stuff in the hair. So let's do some of that. Oh, actually, let me use a bigger brush for this. Okay, and again, holding from the back. Ooh, that was fun. Oh, I like doing that. Sweet. And it's funny, these streams have been 4 hours so far, and I still don't feel like they're that long to work. I rarely get to work this long, like I said, but in art school, oh my gosh, we were staying up so late some nights. Okay, now there are these highlights. Let me make this higher because I'm going to work on this for a little bit. This way you guys can see better. Actually, I can zoom in a little. Make it so you guys can see that part better. Just gotta focus. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go. All right, so that'll make it easier for you guys to see what I'm doing in there. Okay. Oh, big brush. Oh, I was going to do the highlights. Because this is not shoulder, this is actually all highlights. Yeah, this is all hair. I think I totally lost that part. I'm trying to look at the direction of the hair. All right, so here I'm going to switch to a smaller brush because I'm not trying to paint the hair as much as I'm just trying to paint the direction of it. Because there's another hair that sort of flops down. And then there's hair that comes out the side as well. So anyway, what I was saying about the workshops is that I understand that it's easier to have videos and people learn at their own pace. But you know what I think is odd is that people have told me that there are a lot of classes you can take online where they have a forum, but the forum's just for the students. I was like, isn't the whole point so that you can talk to the instructor? But I guess it just depends on the place. I don't know. Have people done like Skillshare or Domestika or anything like that? Because I did have a Skillshare subscription because I was doing some ads for them. And so they would have you watch a course and then you would talk about it in your ad. And I watched a video with Roxanne Gay, and it was about copywriting? I can't remember, but it wasn't an art class. And I liked watching it, but it didn't feel like a class because there was no interaction with her or the other students. And so it didn't really feel like I was in a classroom at all. And I guess that's the part that I wouldn't have liked. I mean, sure, I got that for free. I didn't have to pay for it. But I don't know, maybe that's what some people want. But the interaction's the fun part. Ooh, jury is still out on this hand, but I'm just going to get something basic and we'll come back to it. I feel better about this though. It does feel like it's going somewhere. Okay, let me get a photo of this into the Discord. And I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see the brushwork of the hair. I really like having this stuff in the Discord, everybody. And I will get in there in a little bit. I just want to get more done. Maybe this is too wide. I feel like I'm picking now. It's that big of a difference. But it matters. It matters to me. So tell me in the comments, Why do you all think that doing flesh tones is so difficult? I mean, maybe it's not difficult. For some of you, it's definitely difficult for me. Why do you think that is? Because I don't think it's quite the same thing as painting an apple. I think it's very difficult. So what is it that makes it difficult? Is it a matter of color matching? Or is it about getting a variety of colors? Because I think it's easy to look at flesh tone and say, oh, earth tones, like browns and yellow ochres and all these different colors. But you can't really do that without it being super boring. Like there has to be some interaction with warm and cool colors and all those fun things. Okay, let me take one more look at that arm. I think I'm getting there. Because I think out of mixing for anything, I think flesh tone is just the most difficult thing. And the thing is, oftentimes the way to make your flesh tones more interesting are to paint colors that are not super obvious when you look at a person. Like you really have to search for those colors, find a reason to have them stay there. Okay, I'm going to build a little bit more of the shadows. For example, there's this one shadow here that leans towards the figure. And I'm going to get some like dark spots like here. I really want that edge. Or like here. Oops, sorry. I got to zoom out so all of you can see this. Oops. Change the focus. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, so now we're trying to get in some pops of dark. Because we want to see those like contact points. Right. Not putting a lot of pressure on my brush. That does feel good. Ah, better. Good. Whew. Does anybody ever feel like when you get the painting to a good, or whatever artwork you're doing, to a good point, it's just like, oh, it doesn't feel good. It's just like a relief in the best, most positive way. And here, I want to like push the brushwork in that direction. Maybe we need, I think definitely up here, we need to build up some of that value. So this is thicker paint. I'm not using any medium right now. I'm very much happy with you, Prussian blue, today. This is good Prussian blue. Finally giving me what I'm looking for. Like this would not have worked with ultramarine. I'm really, really glad I started using this. Some of these areas may not stay this dark, but I just need them to be dark so they're not, because I had this like weird edge of the leg from where it was before, and I don't want that to interfere with this other stuff. So down here, I'm smushing my brush more, trying to get it to go in different directions. All right, let's get my rag to move that around. I feel good about this. Maybe it's because it already had an underpainting. Like, I really think that first layer, the first few hours of that painting are rough. I mean, that's how I feel about all those paintings that I started this week. It's just like, ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I like these better without the medium. But again, it depends on what you're doing. Maybe it's just this particular painting is working better for that reason. Ah, okay, I think that looks a little bit better. I would like to go into the Discord and see what people are looking at. And remember, if you would like to hang out in the Discord, go to the Art Marathons channel. It is underneath live streams. Okay. DB says, you asked about art training. None here, just sketching and painting when last year of retiring. Love all the great tips. Thank you. Wow, that's fantastic. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Oh my gosh, the strokes in the hand. I mean, they have a skeletal structure to them, but the skin, it's so bizarre. And I mean that in the best way possible. The way you've exaggerated things is really cool. Oh, I guess I should post an update. I feel like I keep taking photos and forgetting to post them. There we go. Nice. Cobalt teal PB28 being made into watercolor. By the way, who here knows about those the pigment numbers? Because I didn't know about them until I went to Gara Paints and Pigment in New York City. And now I'm learning that apparently everybody knows about these pigments, and I didn't know. Please, some of you tell me you didn't know about that. So I feel less silly. And there was a very funny comment. I mean, it was a troll comment, but they're like, how can you be an art professor and not know these things? I'm like, because I'm a person. So this is Nez, progress so far. Gonna call it a night. Okay, let's see. Ooh, I really like the layering here. And great value range. Like, this is nice and dark. You have this pop of highlight over there. It's a very mysterious scene. It's one of those images. There is no person, but you feel like something's about to happen. And I think that's a good way to think about narratives, is that, are you looking at the before, during, or after is a great thing to think about, because then it becomes a almost murder mystery thing where you have to piece the things together to figure out what you're looking at. Van says, slightly marked the shadow on the leg, but I think I'm proud of what I ended up with. Oh, you did a great job on the shadow on the thigh over here. And I feel like the hair, I mean, it looks like it's got really serious weight. You've also got a lot of texture in here, and this highlight looks very bright. That's because of the way you've done the rest of the values. Wonderful. Silver Song, transfer complete. Oh, you cut them out. Oh, I didn't know you were going to do that. Well, I can't wait to see what happens with that. Tara says, I think I'm finished because I'm starting to overwork again. Let's see. I love these little bits of blue. that you have, and some really great changes here. So it's like sort of peach, gets very yellow ochre. We have a little bit of this light, cool blue. Nice work, Tara. And okay, so Marta working. Oh, you're working on the piece that you were working on in Open Studios. And by the way, Open Studios, if people don't know, is something that is included in Art Club, and it's a 2-hour hangout. Is basically what we're doing right now, but it's in a much smaller group, and I am on voice and everybody else is on voice. So that's the difference, is that you get to like really interact with me. Here, we're not doing stuff on voice. Marta says, it looks like a unicorn vomited on my bed. Well, that's not really what came to my mind, Marta, but I love seeing your marker technique. This is James, Diana's dream. Wow, that is so serene. And I love the luminosity. I think it's a lizard. Like that yellow is just glowing. But then the figure feels like she's really immersed into that space. Nice job. It's hard to create an environment like that. And you did really well. Oh, Steffi is slowly progressing, struggling with eye placement. Well, you'll have to look at it again, but I suspect it has something to do with the eyebrows and eye sockets not being there yet. I might get those in, and then you can reevaluate. Because sometimes if you're missing parts of the eye, it can make it look like things are off when really it's just not finished yet. Lisa says, digital makes my neck tense. Oh, I love this shadow, Lisa. It's so beautiful, and it's almost more interesting than some of the forms in the figure, which is such a great take on it. Because here it's sort of curly, but then up here it's a little bit less fluid. I love how a shadow can have that kind of presence. Oh, cool, Rowan Beth, you're working on the marker drawing. You started this in the workshop. Added some dark areas, debating switching to colored pencils for the final details. Let me see. Wow. That glow is so beautiful, Rowan. I'm so glad you've continued to work on it. So that's another thing we do here is when you do a workshop, if you hang around the Discord, or again, if you're an art club, oftentimes people will start something in the workshop and then finish it later. And that's another fun thing to do. And we also have remembered the public critique channels, but note that I don't do critiques in the public critique channels, so you can join Art Club if you want to get critiques from me. Oh, Casey, you went to Pigment Tokyo! All right, finally figure out how to use them effectively after 2 years of struggling. Love this part. It feels like medium grit sandpaper. What? Oh my God, look at that, you guys. That is so subtle and beautiful. Oh gosh, this makes me want to try another material, which I don't need right now. So Ashwini says, working on this unfinished piece. Oh, I love how juicy your strokes are. Look at that. Beautiful highlight and shadow. It's a very ambitious composition too. You've got a lot of things going on. That's not easy to balance. Oh, I'm so glad everybody's sharing their stuff. Oh, this is Anahita, who says, fun and intuitive style to try to stay loose. You know something? This makes me think of George Rouault. His work is a little bit more textured than yours. Yours has a really nice fluidity to it, but there's something about the structure of the face that makes me think of George Rouault. And we have Ashton working on a self-portrait, have a long way to go. Oh, but I really like the point of view. This is foreshortened, and that can make for a really unusual point of view on a portrait. Great. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening in the comments here. Oh, you ordered from Pigmentopia. You know what? You may not want to go. because it's, oh my God. Pigment Tokyo, we have a video on it, everybody. It's this extraordinary art supply store in Tokyo. But you know something? It feels like a museum. It's like an interactive museum where you can buy things. It's really incredible. Okay, so George says, I know about the pigment numbers. Good way to get some idea of the light fastness of a particular paint. Yeah, Lauren Neal, she's the one that knows her pigment numbers. I am not one of those people. Hania says, I became interested in pigment numbers when I started watercolor painting, and now I look at them in everything, like makeup and cars. Oh, yeah, you know something, a big part of what influences what colors are available. It's a car industry. I had no idea that that was the case. And apparently, artist supplies are like a tiny piece of that. So, oftentimes, a reason a color goes extinct is because the car manufacturing industry has decided not to make it anymore. Oh, this is cool. Hania says, as a makeup artist, I tackle portrait painting like doing makeup, and I paint with the colors I see in the skin instead of starting with brown and ochre. I start with a base like gold, coral, and violet. That is so cool that you're a makeup artist. It's such a different point of view on flesh tone. Cloud says, skin tone gets confusing once large shadows are involved. I'm using a dark, is it mauve? How do you say that? For someone I know is pretty fair skinned, color theory is wild. Oh, you should have seen what happened yesterday with the teal background and magenta fluorescent underpainting. Yeah, that got a little wild. Good point from Val. For example, some of us have more oily skin, which can make skin more reflective, while others have drier skin and thus could have a more matte look. Oh, I'm sure that's very influential in terms of the lighting that you have. We also have choppers. I find flesh tones difficult as there are so many subtle differences, and our eyes know enough that if anything is off, we see it, even if we cannot specifically define what is wrong. The subtlety is very difficult. Although I find that, again, if you have some experience, where was that thought going? I have to read the thing again. We see it even if we cannot specifically define what is wrong. Oh, I think that's often the case with portraits and figures, that a lot of people could look at a figure painting and say, oh, there's something off, but maybe they aren't able to articulate what that is. That's a big difference between somebody who's studied anatomy and somebody who hasn't. Okay, so Lulu Bell says, that's why I quit some groups. You pay, basically watch some general videos and are manhandled to comment on all co-student posts. Pros they introduce in the marketing phase disappear once you pay. Weird. I mean, part of me wants to buy a bunch of online courses so I can lurk a little bit and see how other people are doing it, because I don't feel like I have a very good perspective on that. I just know how I'm doing it, which is why you guys can be the fly in the wall and you can bring back the research for me. Okay, so Jen has done a lot of Domestika classes. They're cheap, like them, but not having any deadlines means I have trouble doing them. I need some. Okay, so now you want the professor breathing down your neck. I know what that means. So Neil says, I bought a Udemy course on GD. There's a Facebook group, but it's pretty much post and run. Zero interaction with the teacher. I wish there's a graphic design version of Art Prof. Maybe someday. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, so Angela says, prefer Domestika. Harry says it feels very corporate. Sav is asking about concept arts. What's your opinion on it? Are you asking about concept art, like as in film and animation, or are you talking about concept art in the fine arts world? So, Sav, if you want to follow up, I can answer that later. So Trixie says, I am in my 4th year at art school in illustration, never felt so lost. Recently archived all of my work on Instagram. Do you have advice for someone who wants a fresh start? So of course I'm going to answer with a question. So if you can follow up, Trixie, do you mean fresh start in terms of Instagram or as an artist? And if you can tell me, what is it that you feel lost about? Is it the illustration part? Is it the Instagram part? Because they're related, but they're all separate issues. Okay, let's go back. All right. Oh, you guys, it looks better than I thought. Isn't that a nice thing that like never happens to me? Okay, I need to figure out what's happening here. I think I want this upper right-hand corner to be the darkest part. So I don't want to make this like crazy dark, but I want it to be the prevailing value in the entire piece. How to find a way to engage this lower right-hand corner. Here too, I think it's also getting. I'm going to do a little bit of medium, and I'm going to hint a little bit at some of the architecture back here. I don't know how much of that is going to stay. I may get rid of it, but I wanted something back there so it didn't just look like this void. So I don't know if this will stay. We're just going to have to see. Ah! I'm going to make the architecture too emphasized, and then I can pull it back if I want to get rid of it. But this is a very dark spot here. So maybe some just dramatic values. And mostly here, I'm just trying to get rid of that outline so I get more a shape of the thigh. Oh, lost some of the structure. It's all about structure, everybody. For me, it is. I know some people who paint very differently than me. That's not the case. But I guess it's an anatomy thing, because that's really what anatomy is about, is structure. Yeah, I think it's one of the few places in art where it's very obvious that it's structure, because, okay, you got skeleton, and that's pretty clear cut as being a structure. So there's this overall tilt that I'm going on. Getting distracted. Did you guys know? I'm cheating. I have a list here, and it's all the questions I'm asking everybody because I want to keep the conversation going, and I'm worried that I'm not going to have interesting topics for people to talk about. So that's my cheat sheet, everybody. So everybody tell me in the chat right now, what is the last artwork you saw in person? Or actually, tell me any artwork you've seen in person, where it was, and what was the experience like? Because you know what's funny is I have a theory about seeing famous works in person. The theory is that when you see famous works, it's either an extraordinary experience or it's a disappointment. Does anybody here know what I'm talking about? And I feel sort of bad because I don't want to make Ecstasy of St. Teresa by Bernini feel bad. But I saw that sculpture and it looked bad. I know, that's terrible. And I'd seen so many photos. Ecstasy of St. Teresa by Bernini. You guys can look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. And I don't know, it just looked like really badly thrown together drapery. Like it was so haphazard. And it never looked like that to me in the textbook. And so that sculpture, like I felt disappointed. I was like, that's it? Really? And I sort of had a similar experience with Last Supper. Has anybody here seen The Last Supper? It's in such bad shape. I mean, it's totally falling apart. I mean, for good reason. It's really old, but there's other pieces that are really old too, but are not in such bad shape that it interferes with the seeing of the piece. And I could not get over how bad The Last Supper looked. It was very surprising. So if I see a piece and I don't know about it and I see it at the museum, maybe it's just expectations that you go into Ecstasy of St. Teresa and you're like, oh, I'm going to see Ecstasy of St. Teresa. But then it ends up being a disappointment. And then you discover pieces that you didn't know about that are extra awesome for that reason, maybe because you weren't expecting them. And so it's sort of like a nice little treasure that you got to stumble upon. Now, the Sistine Chapel, that truly was extraordinary. That, oh my God, had no idea something could look like that. So that's what it is for me. It's like either I see the painting and it looks incredible, or it's sort of a bummer. I know, isn't that mean? I'm sorry, Bernini. I don't know, maybe it was the angle, because Ecstasy of St. Teresa is at a church and it's in Rome. And in a lot of cases, sometimes the sculptures are displayed in a way that can actually make it really hard for you to see the piece. Because that is the case with a couple of the Caravaggio paintings. They're in churches, and so you can't get close to them the way you could if it was in a museum. But then again, there's also places where the artwork has a really unusual display. For example, I think a lot of you maybe saw my video about El Jaleo. I know I'm saying that badly, but I'm saying it more correctly. I kept calling it El Jaleo. And then people in the comments were like, no, it's El Jaleo. I'm like, okay, good. I'll know next time. But the way that painting was displayed at the Gardner Museum, I was blown away by that. I could not believe how beautiful that display was, because they had these jugs next to it, and I just was not prepared for the impact of that display. Okay, time to step back. Something's wrong with the rib cage. I think the pelvis is a little bit too high, so let's bring this down. Yeah, and I think we need a little more here. Bring some of that back. It's really hard. There's so many just subtle things. And actually, I've had architecture where a similar thing happened. And one example would be I was in LA last spring and I saw the Walt Disney Concert Hall, which was made by Frank Gehry, architect. And I confess that in the photos I'd seen of it when it came out, it just looked like one of those like vanity architecture pieces. You know, it's just like flashy and like cool. But you know something, when I visited it, I was blown away. I couldn't believe the experience of walking through it. I mean, you can't get that digitally, of course, but I was really, really impressed by that building. And actually, the Broad Museum, too. The Broad Museum only has contemporary art, but the building is incredible. It's by, is it Scofer and Diller? I forget what the architectural firm is, but it was an incredible museum display. I thought that the building would be too busy for the artwork, but it looked just great. That was another building I was like very surprised by. Okay, we got to step back. I feel like the foot needs to be longer because this looks too long, but if I make the foot go up a little bit more, maybe that'll do it. So hard to like just stop. I mean, there's so many times and I'm like, why am I torturing myself? I feel pretty chill today though. Maybe because I feel warmed up from painting so much. Who knows? It's one of those things like you get sort of shocked. We're like, whoa, it worked. Because so often it does not work. Okay, let's get that foot a little longer. And I think that should be a big help. And if I make the big toe a little bit longer too, will also help. Is that it? Yeah. It's really, really close. Oh, there's a little bump here I didn't look at before. And I think I need a really definitive line here. Yeah, all of this stuff I think will get taken care of when I start adding highlights and stuff like that. And some sharper strokes up here at the top. Okay, this feels better. So much better. Okay, a little bit more on the left. And I am glad I found a architectural image because I think it is giving it more structure. I think before it was very unclear what was happening in the background. It's fun to let loose the brushwork here. It's so fun to paint dark. Oh, I need a little more above the arm because remember this part was going to be a lot darker. Oh, do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I feel much more solid about this. Okay, let's get some of this into the Discord so people can take a look. All right, let's hear about artworks that disappointed us. Oh, sorry. This is my horrible jar of sculpture supplies. Isn't this nasty? Ew. This is like silicone rubber. Is something I use to mix it, and so you end up with the rubber on top of the tool. So Ho Long says, do you guys paint alla prima in oil? I don't. I'm not a good alla prima painter. I wish I could do that well, but I wonder if for me, it's more situational. For example, if I was painting plein air, yes, I would probably have to paint. Foot's too small. Sorry, this is bothering me. I didn't make it long enough. Sorry. I'll get back to your question in a minute. That just was bothering me. A little bit more. Okay, sorry. Getting distracted. But the thing is, I just really, really like layers. And I love glazing. And those are all things that you can't really do with alla prima. Who here has painted alla prima? Because I really have very little experience with it. I'm sure there are things about it that people love, but it's not really the best fit for the way I like to paint. Detroit Institute of Art, Trixie says, has a room of Diego Rivera murals. I don't think, yeah, I've never been to Detroit before. Brittany says, Rosemary and Company no longer ships Kolinsky sable brushes to the USA at all. I wonder why that is. Is it a supply issue? Okay, so James says for alla prima, a lot of scraping off to apply new color to stop it from getting muddy. Exactly. And I am really bad at keeping my colors fresh. And so I feel like alla prima would make it even harder for me. Okay, so LJ says, Last Supper degraded quickly due to the method used. Rather than painting on wet plaster, Da Vinci painted it on a dry wall. Oh, therefore the paint didn't adhere properly and flaked off over time. Oh, jeez, this sounds like a conservator's nightmare. Paula says the Alhambra Palace in Granada and La Mezquita in Cordoba are must-see places in person. Pictures cannot do their grandeur justice. I never got to go to Granada. I only went to Madrid, which was amazing, but I would so love to go back to Spain. Oh my God, Spain has the most amazing food. We also have Ho Long is asking, what's your favorite brand? Right now, I'm really liking the Gamblin, and I am really liking the Michael the Harding. The Winsor Newton ones were fine. I haven't used them in a long time, but I feel like the Michael Harding ones just really made me gasp. George went to the MFA in Boston. There's a show of Henry Moore sculptures and Georgia O'Keeffe paintings. They're beautiful, but many were variations on a theme. Oh, I would go for the Henry Moore sculptures. George, did they have any maquettes? Those are like small scale sketches that Henry Moore did as plans for his bigger pieces, because those I'd love to see. And actually, Henry Moore is another artist. I love his drawings. And a lot of people don't know about them. He has these drawings that were done during World War II, I believe. And they are images of people hiding in the tunnels for shelter. Oh, some of my favorite Henry Moore drawings. Michael says Mona Lisa was underwhelming. Guernica brought me to tears. I was very impressed by Guernica. And maybe it could be that I wasn't, it's not my favorite painting, so I didn't go into it thinking, oh my God. But I remember Guernica being really extraordinary. Yeah, Mona Lisa, I think there's just such a spectacle. It's like a crowd, like 10 people deep, trying to take photos of it. And I just find it ruins the experience. I don't know if it's still there, but if you go see the Mona Lisa, maybe they moved it. But when I was there in the 90s, Caravaggio's Death of the Virgin is in the same room as the Mona Lisa. I'm like, dude, that's a way better painting, in my opinion, than the Mona Lisa. And nobody's crowding around it. Toronto says, saw the Caravaggios in Malta. What Caravaggios are in Malta? Because I was on this mission when I was abroad in Italy in art school. I was like, I'm going to see every Caravaggio painting I could possibly see. And I did see a lot of them. Sketch Pause says, The Last Supper by Leonardo is in bad condition. However, there is a better student copy. Oh, where is that? Blue Run says, Drowning Dog by Goya at the Prado. Saddest painting ever. Watching that little dog with desperately sad eyes drowning in a sea of water. It made me cry. That's a very sparse painting. The dog is very small, but I know what you mean, that like yearning that the dog has. Harry Connor says the Seagram murals in the Tate Modern. The atmosphere is different in that room. Also, people became more quiet walking in. You know who I feel really bad for? Okay, so how many of you have seen the Sistine Chapel? So when you go in there, it is packed. They have all these Italian guards, and they're standing there the whole time saying, no photo. And it's like, what do you think? It just seems sort of fruitless to tell the guards to say that. Oh, Anna says they did a restoration. Looks so much better now. Oh, okay. I guess I'd have to see it. I probably did see it before the restoration. Spider says, Girl interrupted at her music by Vermeer at the Frick. Amazing. Wait, is the Frick open again? Because it was closed last time I went there. Some dude says, Salvador Dali Museum. I didn't know he had a museum. I'm not surprised. Oh, Norris got to see Rembrandt's and Vermeer's at the Rijksmuseum. I'm so jealous. I really, really want to go to that museum. Jasmine's asking, who's the author of that Caravaggio book? Where is it? Here it is. It says, Con un saggio di Mina Gregori. Saggio, what is that? Does anybody here speak Italian? Nota, oh, no, this is something else. It says Electra Milano. Maybe that's the publisher. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, so the essay is by Nina Gregory. And the publisher is Electra Milano. Oh, not Electra, Electa. Sorry. Electa. Electa. Look it up. See if you can find it. Lulubella is asking, what surface are you painting on? I am painting on gesso board. This is from Ampersand, and you can paint right on top of it. It's not quite as smooth as this one, which I use for the other paintings. This is Artist Panel, and this one's super, super smooth. The gesso board still has a little bit of texture, but it's still very smooth. Not remotely like canvas. Neil wants to know, I'm about to paint a checkered plaid shirt. Any tips? Look at it abstractly. Because if you try to follow the logic of the folds, you're going to be lost. At least I would be. Treat it as a series of abstract shapes. See if that helps you get started. Just at the very least to put something down. Holong is asking, have you ever used Rosemary & Company Eclipse extra long combers? I do not know what to do with my rags, so I usually toss them in the trash. Oh, no, I've never heard of those before. If people have specific suggestions for supplies or books or anything you want me to look at, put it in the Discord, and I'm happy to take a look at that. Oh, I think I saw, oh, Trixie, here's the follow-up. Fresh start is an artist. I can't commit to any direction. My work has no consistency. Love your advice finding consistency with doing art and struggling with goals as an artist. I don't think consistency is as important as it might seem. Tell me in the comments, those of you who have been working for a little while, do you think consistency matters that much? Because I don't think it's as important as people think. I think the more important thing is that you're doing the work you want to do. Because a lot of artists will say to me, okay, I'm putting together this portfolio, it's for freelance illustration, and shouldn't I have vehicles in here? And I'm like, well, do you like drawing vehicles? And they're like, no, I hate it. I'm like, well, then don't put it in your portfolio. That's the important thing, is to figure out, okay, what are the things I really don't like doing? And to make sure I'm not making work about that, because people will hire you to draw vehicles if they see that those are in your portfolio. And so that's one of the biggest mistakes that people make. Goals, I would think about short-term goals versus long-term goals. Those are very different things. So this week, I said to myself, okay, I really want to work on my brush technique. Like that's a big priority for these paintings, color as well. I'm not thinking about composition at all this week because I just don't want to deal with that. I've got too many other things going on. And then next week, maybe I'm thinking about value. So your short-term goals can change a lot. You can have different short-term goals all the time, but maybe your long-term goal is, I want to be better at color. That's something you're not going to figure out in a few weeks. That takes time for that to settle in. So that's a long-term goal. And then also to make sure you're separating career goals from your goals as an artist, because career goals are different. They're a whole other set of skills. So a lot of it is just trying to really whittle it down into things that feel manageable, because I think when people set huge goals for themselves, that's when it feels overwhelming, and that's when they feel like it's too much. The consistency isn't important. I think it's just, where do you want to be? Like if your goal is you want to show at a gallery, the first thing you'd have to do is you'd have to have a body of work that is gallery ready. And if you don't have that, that's what you should work on. Now, if your goal is to have a freelance illustration portfolio so you can illustrate things, you have to do your research on what goes into a freelance illustration portfolio. So it's more like you have to take one step at a time, and you can't say to yourself, well, I just want to get better, because who doesn't want to get better? But to target what that is. Hope that helps, Trixie. I know it's very, very difficult to know. Jess is asking, aren't you sick of us? Yeah, never. There's so many different people here, and every single one of you has such a different experience. I mean, when I taught at art school, sure, there was diversity, but the thing is, people who got into RISD, the vast majority of first-year students had just gotten out of high school. Everybody lived on campus. Most students were not commuting, and the age range was very limited. That's specific to that program. But here, it's like everyone. I love it. It never gets tiring. Sketchpause is asking, can living artists get into a museum? Oh, sure. Yeah, they're in all kinds of museums. But the thing you have to see if you want to be in a museum is that a lot of it is about making contacts with curators, because curators, they are the ones that put you in shows. That's a whole other conversation. If people want to know more, just let me know in the comments. Rachel is asking, I painted in oil on Pro Wood, but the wood grain shows. How do I prevent this? Oil on Pro Wood. What kind of gesso? Did you gesso it, or is it raw wood that you put oil on top? Because what you would want to do, and I think somebody mentioned here, if you apply thick layers of gesso, that would make it so you don't see the wood grain anymore. But yeah, if you want to tell me what that is, I can give you a more specific question. Nice comment from Addie. I think it's more important to continue to experiment and explore and expand upon your practice. That's, in my opinion, the best way to learn, become consistent in your creative endeavors. The style thing also, so not as important as people think. Ultimately, yes, you want to develop a style, but you will not find your style the 4th year in art school. You just won't. Nobody I know did. It takes time. Finding your style is not easy. And really, the way that you find your style is by trying a lot of different things. Oh, okay. So Sav is saying, okay, so you're asking about conceptual art in fine arts. What I would recommend, look up conceptual artists, look at ones from the past, and also look at ones who are doing that today. And it's hard because people have very different terminology. And concept art is like a really tiny part of the fine art world. People have very different definitions of it. So maybe the way to do it, look up living artists who are doing work that seems similar to what you want to do, then look at their stuff. Perhaps that's a way to get started. I'm not an expert in concept art, so I don't have a lot of specifics I can offer, but that would be the way to do it. All right. Let's get some highlights in here. So for this, I think I'm going to go to the super high contrast one. Okay, so this is the super high contrast image. Although maybe that's too flat. See, the thing is, this one, you don't see it that well. Maybe I'll start with this. This one's like absurdly high contrast, but I sort of like it. I'm going to put it in the Discord so people know what I'm talking about. Okay. Let's look at that one. It's sort of an extreme reference photo, but I think it might give me the flow that I want. Oh, yes. Good suggestions. Yoko Ono, Harry Connor. I don't know if Mark Burden counts. Is he more performance? Mark Burden did that really famous piece. Is it called Shoot? But it's a piece where he shot himself in a gallery. I think it's called Shoot. Correct me if I'm wrong, everyone. Okay, let's get some, we got to do some mixing. And I have to think about which way I want the white to lean. I'm not sure. Got to clean my palette first. Yeah, if people know concept artists and you want to make some suggestions, I mean, for real, there's so many of you that know things I don't know. So sometimes, very frequently, I won't have the answer, but somebody in the chat will. So if anybody wants to share more concept artists, I think banana duct tape counts, doesn't it? The piece, it's called Comedian, and it was made by Maurizio Catalan, and it just recently sold at auction for some absurd amount. And I was actually sort of frustrated because they went and they interviewed the fruit seller who had sold the banana that they had used to sell at auction. And I was like, what do you guys want him to do with that? I don't know. It felt a little bit insulting, but maybe I'm reading it the wrong way. I don't know. What do people think about that? Can somebody look up how much was it sold at auction? It was like millions. And can somebody find the New York Times article about the fruit vendor who sold that banana that ended up in auction? I don't know if I read the whole article, but I don't know. Something about that didn't sit with me very well. I'm curious what people are thinking. Oh, okay. Anna is confirming. Catalan is conceptual. Oh, yeah. Marina Abramovich. Not Mark Burden. Chris Burden. Thank you so much. Sorry. Chris Burden. Listen to Harry. Sorry about that. Anna Mendienta. Carolee Schneeman. Yoko Ono. Yes, Tracy Emin. Okay, fantastic. I'm so glad you guys are here to do the work for me. Okay, so which way does the highlight lean? Process of elimination. Not pink. Not blue because of the background. I don't want peach. That feels a little too literal. I don't want lavender. Too close to the Prussian blue. Maybe yellow. Like a Naples yellow. I don't have Naples yellow. I just have the cadmium. Gosh, I should have gotten some Naples yellow. Okay, so this one is cadmium yellow light. Oh my God, look at this. I do not remember them being this stiff. Is that just because they've been sitting for so long? Like, these are really stiff. Way stiffer. I mean, the Gamblins are stiff, but they're not like stiff. This is like hard to squeeze out of the tube stiff. Okay. So I'm putting a little bit of the cadmium yellow light. And we will do some swatches. I think this is maybe too much yellow, but let's just see. Remember that bright yellow highlight I put on the magenta yesterday, and it looks super green. It was because of the magenta underpainting that made it appear that way. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, if there any artists you guys want to know about, ask. Ask in the chat. And great questions, everybody. I think this stream would be very difficult to do if you were not asking me questions. So thank you for making my life a lot easier. Okay. All right, no medium. We're just going to go straight in. Oh, wait, I got to do a swatch. Hang on a sec. Make sure that this is the color I actually want. Let's try this. I feel like that's too yellow, but I want it to look pasty. Let's just do it. And I'm going to put a photo of this in the chat so everybody can see this nice buttery yellow. Oh, this really makes me wish I had some Naples yellow. Okay, so some of you in the chat can see what that looks like. For those of you watching and also in the Discord, are you finding it difficult to do that? Or is it pretty easy? Hopefully it's easy. I mean, I guess it's easier if you're not running the stream. Okay, let's try this. All right. We're going to really move slow, everybody. Ooh, that was very yummy. Let me take a photo of this. I think this stroke is an example of what I mean by not making like a stroke. And I think the biggest difference is just that it changes. Started thick, shifted. Yeah, so I hope those details help everybody. And actually, because I'm anal retentive, we're going to check the focus again. Because sometimes, depending on what I paint, it can change a little bit. Oops. Okay, it's all set. I'm so glad I finally figured out how to hook up my DSLR for the streams. It's such a big difference for me. Okay, here I'm going to get a nice chunk. Because there is quite a bit of surface there. This I'm going to get that to go in, but I'm also going to cut it out because there's a lot of shadow there I don't want to lose. Okay, this got a little boxy. And then this shadow, it's a little bit more pronounced than I would like it to be. Here, we want to get that chin going. And the foot, also very, very bright. Actually, I think I need the ankle bone a little bit more defined. So let's get that at a stronger angle. Ah, that's good. Okay, yay. Wow, this painting is being so nice to me. Like usually on the stream, I'm like, ah! But today it's like, wow, it's working. I'm being super delicate with the brush, not pressing hard at all. By the way, I've been checking on my other paintings. Some of you guys may have seen I posted a picture of them sitting outside in the sunlight. The cherry one is still pretty wet. There's some parts that have gotten nice and dry, but the red is still pretty wet. And a lot of the colors in the neutral green I had. Okay. All right. Something really, really simple for the hand and also on the shoulder here. And actually, I need to show a little more structure. Don't want this to be quite so round. It indents a little bit. Like here, there's just a nice patch. Ooh, that feels good. I like that. Okay, the arm is quite difficult. I guess I need a thinner brush to do this. try. So mostly it's the knuckles. There's this like line of knuckles. And that's really what connects things together. Ugh, too much paint. No, 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 no. I do not want that paint being so thick there. Oh, this is a part I don't like doing. I'm trying to keep it really simple, but it's also hard because it doesn't look like a hand very much. It's just got too wide. Oh. I guess I should err on the fingers being too small, because I can always expand them later. But this front finger needs to be more prominent. Is that really it? Yeah. So the rest of that is shadow. I'm just gonna my hand is a pain in my ass. Stand back. Let's look at that. Okay, we need to go to the one that has more nuance. This is the super bright one. Okay, so this is the one that has more nuance. All right, the leg definitely, I just want to get down like a base of color. Stupid buddy hair. Yeah, this needs to be bolder. So here I'm adding more, but I'm not putting down as much. So there I'm really thinking about the thickness of things. Oh, I feel like the leg just got really wide all of a sudden. Like here. Kind of nitpicking though. It's not necessarily a good thing. But I do want this part of the figure to be well painted. Because you know something, it's been so long since I did a figure painting. I did a lot of figure painting in art school, but recently not really, much less a nude. This needs more emphasis. Okay. All right, and here it's more direction, like I'm trying to build what's happening here with the abdominal muscles. And so that's why my strokes are going in that direction. That's fun. And here I'm going to try to get the elbow a little bit stronger. Of course, now it's too pointy. I feel like it's not fleshy looking just yet. So that's what I'm trying to do with the strokes, is to give it a more, I guess, fleshy, gelatinous feel. Like here too. So this is a highlight that sort of moves up. Does the arm need anything? No, the arm is like all in shadow. Okay, so now we need some shadows in the figure. But what color? Well, I'm trying to figure out, is this figure a cool figure? I don't think she's red. I'm going to think about it. Let's take a look at the chat. Yeah, cadmium red. That's the culprit. Takes so long. Samaj is asking, does the rubbing with the rag take away any of the underpainting? That highlight really made it pop too. So beautiful with the shadows. It won't take it away because the underpainting is dry. I did the underpainting a really long time ago. So yeah, don't have to worry about that. Welcome, Be Saturated, to the stream. If you just joined, let me know. Tell me if you've been here from the beginning. Okay, so Sav wants to know, what are your thoughts on Alphonse Mucha? So if people don't know who he is, he's an Art Nouveau artist, and he does, you've probably seen them before, they're everywhere. They're like women with like swirly decorative flowers and things like that. I do think he's a little bit oversaturated. A lot of people have seen his work everywhere, and I think one of the consequences when an artist is desaturated is that we don't feel surprised by them, like, oh, I've seen that before type of thing, which is not Mucha's fault, obviously, but that is a consequence of that. He's not my favorite artist. He's okay. I mean, visually, Art Nouveau certainly was a huge movement. But you know something, what I like better from Art Nouveau is the Art Nouveau architecture. There's a amazing Art Nouveau, I think it's a subway station. Can anybody look that up? It's some subway station. It has the most beautiful fluid Art Nouveau elements. That's what I like more. I guess part of me gets a little bit cynical when I look at artists who only paint pretty women. An example would be the pre-Raphaelite artists. I mean, there's some beautiful pre-Raphaelite paintings. Like, is it Millet? Did Millet do Ophelia? I can't remember. But it's like, really? You're a bunch of white men who like to paint redheads? I don't know. There's something a little weird about that to me. And I think I see that a lot now. A lot of painters who they're just painting skinny women all the time. And I don't know, maybe I'm jaded, but I sort of roll my eyes at that a little bit. But I do love Art Nouveau. I think it's just Mucha I don't find to be, for me, the most interesting part of Art Nouveau. But again, it depends on the person. It's all subjective. It's all personal taste. Okay, great information here about conceptual artists to look at. Anahita is asking, how did they trace the banana back to the original seller? Oh, I don't think he got anything other than the sale of the banana. Makes me consider the real artist of that piece now, the banana grower. I don't remember. You guys would have to look up the article, but I'm pretty sure that he would have been offered any of those millions. So Nez says, how do you get in contact and build connections with curators? Okay, let's work backwards. You get the museum show, okay? And I'm not talking solo. I'm talking just entry level. Well, that sounds bad. Getting into a museum is great, but most of the time artists are put in group shows before they're put in solo shows. So to do that, you have to know the curator. Okay. Now, how do you get to know the curator? The first thing I would say is that unfortunately for us, the curators are hiding from us because they know we will knock down their doors and take them captive if we can as artists. But before you get that show, you have to have a studio visit. And how do you get the studio visit? The curator has to have seen your work somewhere, or they have to have been referred by somebody who has seen your work that wants to recommend you. In order for a curator to see your work and not have known you through a personal contact, is you have to have your work somewhere where curators are able to see it. And that can be tricky. It's not always clear where to show because you never know where somebody could see your work. It just takes one person to see that work. And then when that happens, it's like it actually gets really easy from there. But a big part of it is having your work be visible. And that's done in a lot of different ways. And I know some people have made comments, like Harry says, go for profit galleries, not museums, and create connections with curators who usually sit at the desks. The other thing, too, is I wouldn't aim super high with museums. I would start with some regional museums, ones that are, I mean, nobody can apply to show at MoMA or anything like that. That's all through curators. But what I would do is I would follow the curators. There's a whole bunch of curators who are on Instagram because it's about fit. You have to find the right curator. It's not just, oh, get a curator. It's like you have to find a curator who really believes in what you're doing. A similar example would be, for a while I was trying to get press for Art Prof. I sort of stopped because it was a pain. And I can't just send information about Art Prof to any journalist. I have to find the journalist that wants to write things like that. And so you might say, oh, education journalist. Well, I've read through a lot of the education articles in various places, and none of them talk about art education. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe an arts journalist. But that's not the same thing either, because a lot of arts journalists are people who go to galleries and they write reviews and things like that. I just was like, where does that belong? And I still don't know. But that's the thing, like, you have to find the right curator. So part of finding the right curator is targeting them, is finding the curator who does exhibitions based on the type of work you want to do, and then you have to get visible. So the answer, it's a lot of research. You can't just apply to any curator. You got to find the curator who you really think would like your work. And I'm not saying just look at one person. I'm saying look at plenty. But for example, if you work in a museum, if you're a printmaker, it may be easier for you to get in there through printmaking versus contemporary art curator. Because contemporary art curator, that's anything. It could be any type of thing. But a lot of people, if you get in touch with the print curator, that's a very specific thing. And a place you would meet a print curator would be a place like the International Print Fair in New York City. Like, everybody's there. Or a printmaking conference would be a place to meet somebody like that. So it's a ton of research. So I don't know if that answers your question necessarily, but I think a lot of it is understanding the structures of these institutions and how they work. Yes, and good point from Anna. You can't just apply. You have to be invited. And so that's where you have to have that visibility or the personal connection. I mean, I got a studio visit with a pretty big art dealer in Boston. She said no, but it was through a personal contact. It was one of the artists that she represented, recommended me, and he was a champion of my work. He really liked my work and helped me there. Ultimately, she said no, but that's how it happened. It was just, oh, this person told me. That's, I hate to say it, but most of the time, that's what it is. It's a personal connection. It is usually not because you applied. Yeah, so Anna says, incredibly hard to get the attention of curators. They don't get out to look for new artists. Yeah, they don't. So, for example, if you do open studios, those are great events. I am a big fan of doing open studios, but curators don't go there. It's a waste of their time because they have all these other artists that they're looking at. Yeah, they don't get out to look for new artists because they are referred to by other artists or they happen to find you on Instagram. I don't have the specifics. Lisa's saying the Raphaelites. I think that group painted one specific redhead who was one's wife. I can't decide if that's weird or just practical. Oh, that's a little awkward. Yeah, like really? Doesn't that feel a little strange? Selena says, I see the painting of pretty women as selling out almost social media specifically. Not much substance, but trends well. Wonder if it was the same back in the day. It probably had similarities. I'm sure it was just played out very differently. And oh, Art Nouveau jewelry. I have not taken a deep dive, but yeah, I love that. Salinas is asking, speaking of architecture, have you seen Soviet era bus stops? I haven't. If you're in the Discord, I'd love for you to post a link or a photo. Spider says, been here since the beginning. Dedication. Hardly ever catch the live streams, so I'm savoring it. Val is asking, what is your opinion on Eurocentrism in discussions about art history? Are you talking about how European art is prioritized in how art history is taught in academia? So if you want to follow up and be a little more specific, I can answer. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Discord. Okay, so sketch pause, better photo of the whole piece. Oh, I love that you posted the palette next to the painting. Oh, sorry, I need to share my screen. Sorry about that. Because seeing the palette, you can really learn a lot from people's choices. Like you can see there's a lot of interaction with the red and green, but also helpful is seeing this bottom area, which is the subtle bits of white. Okay, so here's the whole piece. Oh, let me make that smaller. Oh my gosh, those are so luscious. Oh, especially this. This is the type of thing like you can taste how juicy it would be if you ate that piece of produce. Selena says adding the shadow on his belly really makes the red branch pop. Oh, lovely. Yeah, we saw this piece earlier. Yesterday, Salinas had posted the thumbnail, and now we're seeing the piece with color in it. Oh, this is so just, how would I describe it? It's chaotic, but it looks very plump. And then here, I do really like these muddy colors in here, but then this is a beautiful, like, bluish green that has a pale quality to it. Oh, okay. Dave, you posted all the earlier versions. Fantastic. This is from Nancy. Couple plays on skin tones when I was practicing on my iPad. Very different. I love this edge, Nancy. I mean, it almost looks like a cave. And then the eye feels like it's deeply embedded into that space. And here's another one. This one's very dreamy. I think some of the pale colors around it make it that way. Okay, so Silver Song, transfer ready for watercolor. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jess, for the. Let's take a look at the New York Times article. Okay. No. I have a subscription. I guess I'm not logged in on my desktop. Okay, anyway, if you guys want to find the article, it's in there. Jess says, trying a drawing tablet for the first time, did a line drawing while listening to the stream. Let's see. Nice job with those contours. See, here, the way, Jess, you have the line following the roundness of the thigh. That is just beautiful. And that's a great hand. I can really feel that positioning. And awesome that you went just wild with your strokes. Because here it's very structured, but here it's just letting loose. I really like that difference. Manette. Oh, thumbnails for the turkey vulture. Okay, screenshots from turkey vulture images. Yeah, Manette was in the thumbnails workshop that we did recently, and it's great to see you applying those same skills. Okay, so Neil says, I have to paint the clothes better. Oh, this is the checkered pattern that you were talking about. Neil, I love this. So many slight differences, and yet it still has that vibrancy of a very rich red. Okay, butter, time for a dinner break. Oh, those yellows are really glowing. Complementary colors works every time. Okay, so Nandy says, practicing with an image of Lori, who is on our Flickr. I want to take a look at some of the strokes that are in the head. Really nice profile. And I love the blue, especially down here. It's just like little bits. Wow, you guys have been busy. Okay, so Marie is asking, do you have tips on what colors to use for flesh tones? Working on the portrait from yesterday, unsure what colors to use for the flesh tones. One way you can think about it is warm and cool. So if you have light from a window, you're going to have a cool highlight because natural light is cool. It's sort of bluish. Like if you look at Vermeer, he did all his paintings from that one window that you see. And so you'll see in a Vermeer painting, a lot of his highlights are cool colors. And then if you have cool highlights, you just say, oh, okay, well, the opposite is warm. So you have warm shadows. And it's reverse if it's indoor lighting. Indoor lighting will have yellow-like highlights and cool shadows. So that is a good way to start. You just say, okay, cool highlights, warm shadows, or warm highlights, cool shadows. That's usually where I start. And that can push you to have something to work from. Okay, so Marie's talking about previous training, didn't have any training. Always loved art since I was young, never pursued it. Last year I got ill. While recuperating, I accidentally found you. Opened a totally new world for me. This is so great to hear. I'm so glad that we can be here for all of you because we do have quite a few people around the world who will write to me and say, I have a chronic illness or I have some other situation in my life that makes it very hard for me to do different things. And we make it possible. So I'm really glad to hear that we can be there for you guys in a way that a lot of people can't take an art class. Or some people have said to me, listen, I can't even go see a museum in my town because of my chronic illness makes it impossible for me. And so I'm really happy that we can do that for you. Thank you, Anna, so much for that super chat. And remember, if you give us a super chat, you guys get these cute little... And any super chat you can give us is so meaningful because, as I've said on some of the other streams, I think we all know that there's going to be a change in administration here in the US very soon. And I know arts organizations are very worried about that, about funding getting taken away and programs not being able to survive. I think Lauren told me that there's a lot of turnover right now with galleries going down and stuff like that. And I do believe that what we're doing is going to be very important, that we can fill the holes there if we need that in the arts sector. So if you want to help us keep doing that and to keep making these programs accessible, anybody who can give a super chat, we would so much appreciate that. But getting back to Anna's comment, I'm feeling really salty about curators in the art world in general. So thanks for the validation. Oh, I walked away from all that stuff. The whole got to have exhibitions, got to win grants, got to do all these things. I was so much happier when I left that all behind. I haven't had a show in a long time. I feel like the last show I was in was maybe 2019, and it was not a satisfactory experience. It was like, yay, hung up my work somewhere. I mean, I'm not trying to say that's not a valid thing, because it is. I know for some people, it's such a big deal the first time that you show your work and to have that experience in the gallery. But I'm talking about my context, which is that I had been showing for like 20 years and not getting a lot of results and just ended up losing a lot of money and getting a line on my resume. So for me, it was very frustrating after doing that for so long and feeling like I hadn't gotten anywhere. And now I'm doing this other stuff, and I could care less about showing at this stage. I mean, I'm not going to say no. Like, if anybody asks me to be in a show, I'll be happy to do that. But I'm not looking for it right now. Harry says, what do you think about virtual exhibitions? I think it depends more on the artist. Is that going to be a fruitful experience for you? And if the answer is yes, then do it. But I think as far as curators and stuff like that, it's not a good place to be. But if it's something that you're doing for your personal enjoyment, yes. But I will say that the compelling connections and relationships that really will happen, they don't happen there. Most of the time, it's in-person stuff. So anytime you guys can go to in-person events like the print fair, seriously, if you're a printmaker and you want to make connections, go there. Go to the Southern Graphics Council conference like I did last spring. Those are the events, because that's the thing is you don't have to appeal to everybody. In fact, that's a terrible way to go about doing things. But you have to find your people. And so if you go to a printmaking conference, I'm happy to talk to you about gum arabic and cheesecloth. You don't need to talk to everybody about that. But a conference is a great place to meet people, or fairs that are specific are also really excellent, because the fair that Lauren was in, the Future Art Fair that was in New York City, if you go to that event, the dealers are standing right there. They're standing there with the booths and showing stuff. And I would not go there and say, hi, I'm an artist, look at my work, but I would talk to them and I would pick their brains about what their gallery does. I mean, that is a much faster way than doing it online. And then you get experience talking to dealers. You find out what they want to do. And so a lot of this it's a ton of research, a lot of legwork to get that information. Aaron's asking, what do you think are good daily exercises for a new painter? It depends on what you want to do. So Aaron, if you could follow up, is there a particular topic or is there any skill that you're trying to gain? I can make some suggestions. Oh, whoops, sorry, Harry. Viewing of virtual exhibitions. I mean, I think they're helpful, especially so many of us can't go see shows. Sometimes there's curators that I follow and they'll say, oh, I saw the show or whatever, and I'll go look it up. I think it's very, very helpful. Uma is asking, have you ever been asked to be a museum docent or see that type of experience, getting you in real life curator FaceTime? Oh, okay. So let me make sure I'm clear, Uma. So a museum docent in general is typically a volunteer who comes to the museum and they do guides and stuff like that. But a curator sometimes does do gallery talks. And those are usually events or panel discussions that you can go to. And yes, that's the place to go. That's where they're hanging out, is those panel discussions. And so here's another thing you do. So let's say a curator you really want to know about, let's say the museum has a panel discussion and it's about the show or some other related thing. After the panel discussion, go talk to the curator. People never do that because those are the people you remember. So I've done lectures before where people will come up to me and say something afterwards, and I will remember that person. I mean, I don't think I remember them now, but in that moment, I will remember you. And at the very least, you get to talk to somebody in that sphere and understand who they are and what it's like. Don't do this though. I've had somebody came up to me, just met me, here's my business card. I'm like, I'm not interested. You have to talk to them on their terms. Like if you go up and you ask for something right away, nobody's going to give that to you. In fact, it makes me not want to give it to you if that happens. But yeah, go to those talks. Those are very important. Okay, so Val is following up. How European art is often the front and center in art history discussions while artworks from other cultures are neglected. Well, I do have a reel on Art Prof. Just look up, I think the title is I'm Offended Art History is Taught This Way. Anyway, we do have a reel about that because when I was in art school, it was all Europe. It was like, oh, by the way, there's a couple things in India. Here they are. And that was sort of it. It was very European centric. And I think there's starting to be some visibility for other groups. I think people are starting to realize, oh, maybe Europe is not the only place that made art. But art history as a field has been very slow to do that, which is disappointing. But that's why I think discussions that people have anywhere about work that has low visibility is important. Okay. Daniela has a question. What do you think about fees and open call, struggling with prizes, magazines, exhibitions, because most of them have a minimum $35 fee to just see the work, not participate? It depends. I mean, some people at the beginning of your career, you just want to get some exhibition experience, it can be worthwhile to submit to some of those. But a lot of those juried exhibitions, I think Anna mentioned it earlier, they're just cash grabs for the nonprofit organizations. So they hire a curator. I mean, they make bank on those exhibition fees. And then they host the show. And that's kind of it. I mean, I've juried shows before. And I'll be honest, I'm not looking for artists when I'm jurying a show. I'm just like, oh, please select 10 artists out of 500. And I'm just trying to comb through and get to the 10 artists. And I'm not looking for artists when I'm doing that. So juried shows are not good if you're trying to get in touch with curators. They are good for exhibition experience, but that you really don't have to do them. They're not that important. Now, Lauren was in New American Paintings. I think that is a publication that is worth it if you're trying to get in touch with curators, because I think that does have visibility with that crowd. But a lot of prizes and magazines and stuff like that, they're really a cash grab for a lot of those places. Okay, so Aaron's saying, art exercise to better yourself as a new painter if you wanted to specialize in abstract art and abstract figures. I think it'd be worthwhile just to make a lot of paintings and not big ones. Make them small. So you can just pop out a lot of pieces and have different experiences with each painting. Because I think sometimes beginner painters will spend a really long time on a piece. And the thing is, you don't get to experience as many things when you do that. So I would suggest that. And you don't have to do them in paint. You could do them. I know Lauren does a lot of marker drawings. So just giving yourself the experience of making a lot of compositions, I think would be good. Yeah, a lot of people here are saying, Paula says, only Egypt was covered. And Brian says, not sure I got a lot out of my art class I took in the 90s. Wasn't sure if that was art history or studio. But Paula says, yes, we skipped all of Asia, Latin America. Well, in the Gardner art history textbook that I have, it was called the non-European world. I was like, really? Asia is non-European? Okay, awesome. That was sarcastic, by the way, everybody. Sun and Moon says, how do artists actually value their art when they sell in galleries? Cost of materials definitely don't equal the cost in $150,000 oil paintings. I'm just curious how art can cost so much. Oh, there's so many factors. You can have the exact same painting selling in a neighborhood open studios, selling in a high-end gallery. It's so much of it's about context. Because if I'm showing in open studios, I'm an independent seller. That's not the same thing as working with a high-end gallery that takes a big commission that has a client list. Like, I don't have a client list. I'm sure some artists do. I'm not one of them. But a lot of that, people I hear complain all the time. They're like, well, why do galleries take 50%? I'm like, think about all the stuff they're going to do for you. They're going to have a client. They're going to do marketing and all those things. So it's a matter of looking at all those items. I think it's just very, very much depends. Manette says, our jury show's not worth it. I've been wanting to put myself out there with my work, not really sure how to go about it, as I've been looking at some juried shows. I guess I'm also not really sure what I will accomplish with my work. I'm sure I'm not great at social media, so failed to put myself out there that way. Okay, well, the advice I would give for people when you're looking to do a thing, okay, so Manette's talking about exhibiting. You have to target why you want to exhibit. Are you doing it because you want to have the experience of being in a gallery and doing that? Or are you trying to get curators to look at you? If you want curators to look at you, jury shows are not worth it. But they are worth it if you want to go through the process of, okay, making a piece, getting a frame, putting in a show. That is valuable experience if you've never had that before. Social media may not be applicable at all. I mean, Lauren's done great with galleries, had a solo show in New York City, and her Instagram following is much smaller than mine. But it doesn't matter because the people she's working with, they're not on social media as much as people like me because I'm trying to do education for people online. Very different goals. So that's the thing that you're asking here and you're not really sure what you want to accomplish. You have to identify what is that goal. And once you identify that goal, then you can start making a plan. Because I think a lot of people will just say, well, I just want to have a bigger following on Instagram. And I say, well, why? And they're like, well, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? I'm like, no. I know so many artists who are amazing. They're not on social media at all because it doesn't align with their goals. That's really the question. Daniela's asking, do you accept volunteers? Just finished art school. I've been loving Art Prof since I was 15. Wow, that's so cool. Possibilities of volunteer. I would love to be able to help. We don't have any volunteers right now, but really the best way if you want to help us is to come into the Discord and be lovely and supportive to the community. That's one of the best ways you can contribute. A reminder to everybody, Art Club is a wonderful place to hang out in our Discord. This is a place where you get weekly voice sessions with staff, you get critiques from me, voice recordings, and open studio sessions, which are just like that, except you get to talk to me on voice, which is super fun. And remember, we are doing registration for workshops in January and February. These are 2-week-long workshops. They are similar in that you get real-time feedback, but you get it on voice with me. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. I will see you tomorrow for day 5. Bye.